Scope of solutions. Ideas that inspire innovation and advanced technology. Solutions like delivering superior products and service to more than 32 million customers in 41 states. Spectrum is connecting more people to fast, reliable internet and Wi-Fi, providing crystal clear HDTV, and expanding our voice capabilities to include mobile phone service to meet the demand for a better wireless experience. Our drive to deliver superior service goes far beyond the home. Spectrum provides powerful network support and advertising solutions to help businesses, large and small, reach their goals. We're in your neighborhoods, covering the local stories and events with exclusive 24/7 news and sports programming. We have more than 93,000 well-trained, dedicated employees. From military veterans to those just entering the workforce, to a new generation of pioneers and creators, Spectrum offers dynamic career opportunities to a diverse range of talent. Our dependable, nearly 800,000-mile network is fueling new ideas, energizing new endeavors, and empowering our customers to achieve their full potential. This wide range of ideas, this broad scope of solutions, this is Spectrum.
And so I'd like to welcome Ashley Carlin, the Director of Government Affairs for Charter Communications, to welcome Rodney Rogers.
Well, thank you, Nicole, and good morning, everyone. It is fantastic to be here with all of you. Just want to take a quick opportunity to say how honored Spectrum is to sponsor the 2023 State of the Region Conference, and how grateful we are to the Bowling Green State University Center for Regional Development for putting on this incredible event. Spectrum is fortunate enough to provide services in all of the counties here in Northwest Ohio, and we are working to expand our footprint by providing high-speed internet to some of the more rural areas in the region as well. And while I could talk about Spectrum and broadband for hours, the real reason I'm up here today is because I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, the president of Bowling Green State University, Dr. Rodney Rogers. So Dr. Rogers assumed the role as the 12th president of Bowling Green State University in February of 2018, and is the first alumnus to serve as president of BGSU. Throughout his tenure as president, BGSU has seen record enrollments, its highest applications and admission rates to date, its best four-year graduation and retention rates, and its highest freshman academic profiles in the university's history. Additionally, under his leadership, BGSU has established a School of Nursing, a School of Physical Therapy, and introduced several in-demand and unique programs such as forensic science and manufacturing and logistics. President Rogers has also been an effective fundraiser for the university and has played an integral role in the planning and development of BGSU's new and renovated facilities. A native of Kenton, Ohio, President Rogers currently resides in Bowling Green with his wife, Dr. Sandra Earle. They have two sons, Isaac and Spencer. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the president of Bowling Green State University, Dr. Rodney Rogers.
Good morning. You know, that introduction is going to be longer than my comments, so you'll be happy to know that. And secondly, I thought, do I have the same tie on today that I had there? Or could it be that I have maybe 400 orange ties in my closet? My wife says I wear too much orange, but is there ever too much orange? No, because I know we have some alums out there at Bowling Green State University, but most importantly, what we have in the audience today is a group of leaders in our region who's interested in the future of our region. So I am very, very honored to welcome you to the 21st Annual State of the Region Conference. And we are most appreciative of Spectrum for their sponsorship and the work that they're doing, certainly on broadband across our region. And I want to start by also acknowledging all the great work that the Center for Regional Development has done and continues to do for our region. The staff, you'll meet a few of them, or if you haven't already met them, you will meet them today. And I want to make sure we acknowledge those individuals. It includes our staff, faculty, graduate students, all sorts of individuals, student workers working in that center that does the great work that they do all year long. Could you give them a round of applause, please? I also want to thank the staff of the hotel here. Let's make sure we start the day with a day of gratitude. I want to thank them for all their work, of course, to put this on. So, for me at least, and I've been at Bowling Green now a few years, first as a dean of business and then in a provost role, and now in this role that I'm honored to serve, going into the 6th year at Bowling Green. And I have not missed, maybe I missed one of these because of travel, but for the most part, I love coming to this event because it is about the region and it's about how we work together for the future of our region, to make sure that we stay resilient and we continue to thrive and become even more successful. And this conference this year is focusing on small business capacity, because what we know is at the core of our economy, where every for-profit organization started and nonprofit, was probably a small organization who found a niche, who grew, who was successful, and became impactful for their region and the customers, the clients, the individuals that they are serving. And we, in fact, have a variety of different leaders in this room today. Representatives include elected officials, economic developers, business leaders, all coming together to discuss the future of our region. And I certainly want to acknowledge we have representatives from the governor's office, Representative Latta's office, Representative Capter's office, and we also have many, many local officials, including a state senator I'm going to introduce in just a second. But before I do that, I also know we have a variety of other mayors, trustees that might be in the attendance today, commissioners. So if you are an elected official, would you please stand and be recognized? So any elected official, would you please stand and be? Great, thank you. You know, and I want to thank each of you for the roles you play. Those are sometimes thankless jobs, but they are so important jobs for our democracy to work. And so I thank you for being willing to stand in the public sphere and lead. Thank you. As you know, Bowling Green State University, we are a comprehensive public university, and our mantra is about being a public university for the public good. And what that means is that we're thankful for the taxpayers who help support the public universities, the 14 public universities in this state. And so I know all of you out there are taxpayers, so I want to first start by thanking each of you for your support of public higher ed and specifically Bowling Green State University. And we do not take that lightly, that gratitude. And we hope we continue to earn the trust of taxpayers. So, for example, a few years back, we needed a new crime lab in Northwest Ohio. And we needed to find a location that was easy, accessible for all law enforcement across this Northwest Ohio. And BGSU, we were happy to provide some land for then Attorney General Mike DeWine to create a new crime lab in Northwest Ohio, which allowed us to create a forensic science program, which now supplies the needs of forensic scientists, not only here in Ohio, but outside of Ohio as well. It's one of our fastest growing programs. A few years ago, there was a need for more pilots. And we said, well, how do we help solve and support that issue? So we partnered with a company called North Star Aviation to create now what is the largest aviation academic program in the state of Ohio at the Wood County Airport. 22 planes, all sorts of students from all over coming here to study. A few years ago, there was clearly a need for a nursing shortage. We knew that was coming. That was even before the pandemic, and then clearly during the pandemic and now after it, we see the need for more nurses. We're happy to partner with Bones Corps, Mercy Health, and Mercy College that allowed us to pivot and grow our School of Nursing, the BSN program, to be one of the largest undergrad nursing programs perhaps in Northwest Ohio, but perhaps in our region. And a few years ago, we started working on something we call advanced manufacturing, partnering with Owens Community College and University of Findlay, and also working with a variety of companies in Northwest Ohio that have major employers from Whirlpool to smaller manufacturers, trying to make sure that we are doing our role to support those companies, those organizations, as they move into Industry 4.0. All of those are examples of what I think public universities work on each and every day. And for Bowling Green, at least, those sorts of initiatives and strategies have allowed us to really fight some really headwinds in terms of enrollment. And perhaps that's one of the reasons we're one of the few publics in Ohio that have seen enrollment growth over these last 10 years or so. But it's also the work we do through research and academic programs that drive economic vitality. So whether it be the water quality, sustainability, some of our joint work with the University of Toledo on solar, all of those, a recent discussion about glass and how we leverage the glass industry, all of those sorts of things are all about working together as a region. And that is exactly what we try to do at Bowling Green, because we are proud to be here in Northwest Ohio on our campuses here and then over in Huron near Sandusky. All of those are opportunities that working together we have, I hope, are responding to workforce needs, responding to the needs of our society. And today you're going to hear from speakers and panelists who will certainly provide additional insight in terms of how we continue to move the region forward. You know, we believe, and I hope you would agree with this, that economic and regional development are certainly closely linked to education, service, public good, government. It is an ecosystem, creating an ecosystem that allows us to have success as a region. And so it's my pleasure then to introduce someone who clearly has a deep understanding of business, economic development, as well as service to our state. Senator Bill Reineke represents the 26th district in the state of Ohio, which includes Union, Crawford, Marion, Morrow, Sandusky, Seneca, and Wyandotte counties. That's a lot of counties. Senator Reineke, you're on the road a lot, I bet. He's currently serving first term as a state senator, but has served previously 3 terms in the U.S. or in the Ohio House as a representative. He's vice chair of the Transportation Committee. And he's a member of the Energy and Public Utilities, Workforce and Higher Education, Small Business and Economic Opportunity Committees. His foremost priority is workforce development and job creation. And in my discussions with Senator Reineke over the last years, it has always been about what are we working on to make sure we have great job opportunities for all the citizens of our region and for the entire state of Ohio. He has worked closely with Seneca County earlier in his career with Seneca County Chamber of Commerce, the Tiffin-Seneca Economic Partnership, Tiffin Tomorrow, Tiffin Rotary Club. He's also a business owner in a variety of sites throughout the region. It would be hard to, I think I saw several Reineke cars out there in the parking lot. Successful business leader, successful state leader, 38-year resident of Tiffin and a proud father of 2. And I asked Senator Reineke if there was something that I could talk about, a unique thing that people would be surprised about. And he said, can't think of anything. I lead a boring life. This doesn't sound like a boring life to me. It's a life of service. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Reineke.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. I am a strong advocate of Northwest Ohio, having been born in Toledo. Most of my relatives are from Toledo, and Fostoria is my hometown. I represent 7 counties, as the president outlined, and have been in Tiffin for the last almost 40 years. So I strongly advocate for Northwest Ohio, and I strongly advocate for small business, so I was happy to have the invitation to be here today. I had a couple things that I'd like to outline quickly that what's happening right now as far as the state of Ohio. I think we're in a good economic position, and currently, as you probably know, every 2 years we start a new General Assembly, so we're starting the 135th General Assembly, and in the first 6 months of this year, we do our budgets. So we're currently working on the transportation budget and the workman's comp budget, and we'll have the main operating budget that we need to have done by the end of June that takes effect essentially July 1st. So in the transportation budget, one of the main things that I know that we're working on for Northwest Ohio is the Route 23 extension into Columbus, and we really need to come together as a group to really impress upon my fellow legislators how important that is to be able to connect Northwest Ohio, Toledo, Michigan, wherever, down into Columbus. I think the little story is that there's 38 traffic lights once you, before you get to downtown Columbus. So if we can do anything to help prevent that or change that, we need to be strong advocates for that. As a small business owner, I was shocked when I got to Columbus to find out how many other small business owners there were not there. So I've always tried to suggest that once I got there, I would never work with education, and I find that's all I'm involved with because it basically comes down to our workforce and all of those particular issues. We have, in a small business, we've started a business caucus at the State House, which I was happy to say that I was one of the originators of, and there's 4 areas that we really concentrate on, so I'd like to hit on each of those kind of quickly, but the number one issue is making it easier for our businesses to do business in Ohio. And just so you know, one of the things that I strongly have talked with and directly to the governor and to other people who will listen is that we need to have some of this new infusion of what's happening in the state up in this area. So we're appreciative of everything that's happening in the Columbus, Central Ohio area. We should be able to have some of that up here. So again, that's where I'm advocating. The tax reform and simplification. We've done some great things in the last budget. All of our rates are below 4%. We've done the $250,000 pass-through, and we're going to continue to work on simplifying our tax code. That is still one of the things that we're out of pace with as far as the nation. We've eliminated the death tax several years ago. One of the other things is regulatory reform. And Ohio has become a better place to do business as far as regulations, but in our General Assembly, we have made a 2-for-1. Every new rule that deals with regulation, 2 have to come off the books. So 1 has to replace something, and then another one should come off. So now we're getting in a position where people who are bringing up rules and regulations are asking, well, how can we work around? No, you can't work around that. We need to simplify doing business in Ohio. Smaller government kind of relates to that, and recently the Lieutenant Governor put out a new piece of legislation where we're going to reduce the Ohio Revised Code by roughly 1/3, getting rid of duplicative language, making things under certain sections not all over the Revised Code. So I think that that is important. And the one that touches me the most is the workforce development. Again, I was always surprised at the awkward relationship, and being a business owner, the awkward relationship between business and education, and we need to continue to work on that. I've always believed that we need to help our students find their purpose. And when I investigated this early on, I was surprised to know that Ohio had such a high remediation rate, roughly 25%. 1 out of 4 of our kids I refer to as falling through the cracks, meaning that they are graduating high school needing help before they go on in either math and or reading or science. So we need to be refocusing on the student purpose. And basically, what we're doing is supplying the needs of our workforce. So there is such a devoid of what we have in the workforce, and we need to be helping and train our kids for that. So a couple pieces of legislation that I have my mark on, and I think I always try to bring to an audience, what can you do to help, or what can I do to help you, is Senate Bill 166, which we passed a year ago, December, and you may or may not know about it, but basically we've tried to help our students get into the workforce earlier through certifications and workshops and apprenticeships. But specifically, one of the barriers was insurance. So this allows for 15 to 17-year-olds to enter the workforce without any new implications to your insurance as far as liability insurance. We've also worked on a rebate or a program where you can get 15% of the amount that you pay for workman's comp back. So try not to stimulate your rates where that works against you. Again, we're trying to eliminate barriers to get our students into the workforce. And probably the most, two other things. One is the driver's training. We brought driver's training back. And one of the others that I think is really significant is you, as an employer, can make your own program with a career tech organization or with whoever you want to do that with. So a business who's in desperate need can develop their own program, be it a manufacturing, and I applaud the university and the Northwest group that's working on that, because it is really important to connect these different pieces together so we can help our kids find direction, but also because we need the workforce. This year, we just passed in the Senate Bill 1, which I believe is an important piece of the puzzle as far as trying to help redo the education system. And basically, there's been a lot of written on this, but basically the idea is that our system now is failing. We are producing those high remediation rates. We're not connecting to the workforce. So how can we change that? And so we are trying to refocus the Department of Education through a cabinet level position. I represent roughly 360,000 people. An Ohio State school board member represents 1 million. A state representative is about 120. So why shouldn't I be able to help my constituents when they bring this to me? And Senate Bill 1 was a result of my Seneca County Economic Development Group coming with my school system saying, we have got to get these kids focused on some kind of a workforce orientation so they know what the options are out there. Why are they staying in study hall for 3 periods when we could be doing this? So we're trying to orientate the kids towards what's out there in the workforce, but also our educators, et cetera. So we will continue to work on that. It's passed the Senate and it's going on to the House of Representatives. I also just basically wanted to state a couple other things that I'm involved with as the chairman of the Energy Commission, or the Energy and Public Utilities for the state of Ohio. There are basically a couple things that we're trying to focus on, and I think this is important to all of you, is the idea that we need to be expanding our energy sourcing through a fair and independent way for anybody who would like to enter that field. A couple of the big picture things that are happening out there are electric vehicles, and probably one that you might not think about, but are the new data centers that are being relocated to central Ohio and all around Columbus, Amazon, whoever brings these data centers, but they're huge. They're huge. I don't even know how to describe them, but they take a lot of power. There are many sources out there, so we're trying to work with, we're trying to make it where Ohio is an open state to do business. Also, the other one that's thanks to our sponsors for sponsoring this, but broadband is still an issue in the state of Ohio. We have severe places in Ohio like urban and rural who don't really have accessibility to the internet. So we are working on that as well. And then the other issue that's near and dear to us is as Chair, I've been appointed to head a select commission on rail and train safety. So we are trying to research that a little bit to see exactly what happened in East Palestine and to prevent this from happening in other places in the state as we go forward. We have a specific issue in Seneca County dealing with the landfill and trains, so it's kind of near and dear to my heart and to the legislators around that area. So I just wanted to point out several of the things that I think are important. I would encourage you to continue working with your advisory councils. Those advisory councils work really well if the economic development partners are included. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and good luck to your conference. And if I can help in any way, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Reineke. Next, to present our State of the Region address for this year, I would like to introduce Dr. Nicole Pfeiffer. Dr. Pfeiffer is an experienced analyst, program evaluator, and project manager. In her work and leadership at the Center for Regional Development, she seeks to aid in regional development by fostering collaborative and strategic planning, facilitating inclusive community-led decision-making, and provide programmatic evaluation and assessment services. Prior to joining the CRD, Nicole was the director of the Public Policy Program and an assistant professor of political science at Washington and Jefferson College. Dr. Pfeiffer has also taught in accredited graduate programs, including the MPA program at BGSU and the MPPA program at Northwestern University. Prior to her academic career, Nicole served as a political affairs and public relations officer for the U.S. National Park Service. Dr. Pfeiffer holds a PhD in public policy and administration from Wayne State University, as well as a Master's of Public Administration in environmental management from BGSU. Please help me welcome the first female director of the Center for Regional Development at BGSU, Dr. Nicole Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Maddie. Okay, good morning, welcome everybody. So, to the reason we're all here, or at least the reason this conference started many years ago, is our mandate to do the State of the Region address. So before I get into the economics of things, I want to just give you a little insight about CRD and what we've been up to. As many of you know, CRD is a regional economic development support and capacity building organization. We are an EDA-funded university center, and it is our job and our goal to provide technical assistance and support to our community partners across the region. Some of the things, as Maddie mentioned in my introduction, some of the things that we do fall into sort of, I call it 3 buckets. So analyze, strategize, and build. So we do data analytics, program evaluation. We serve as your trusted and neutral facilitator in planning processes across the region. We work hard in community engagement and capacity building with our community organizations, and we hope to always serve as a bridge between the community and the resources of Bowling Green State University. So in terms of the region, our region has, the CRD service region, as an EDA University Center, has grown relatively greatly in the past few years. We now serve 31 counties in Northwest Ohio, as you can see depicted on the map here. So a pretty large geographic region, and hopefully very representative of the group in the room. So what have we been up to? This is a quick schematic of where we have been working and the type of work that we have been doing over the last year. As you can see, CRD has been all over the service region, all across Northwest Ohio, providing a myriad of services. To give you just a quick rundown of all of the things that we have done. In 2022, we worked on 3 comprehensive economic development strategies, or CEDS, across the region. We did 4 organizational and community-level strategic planning exercises. We've worked on broadband and digital equity projects and continue to work in the broadband space with our partners at Toledo Public Library, doing the Broadband Ohio equity planning for this region. We've engaged in 3 large-scale multi-organization program evaluations, including a health impacts analysis with our partners at HCNO, ProMedica, and Mercy. We've done 2 housing studies and 3 economic impact studies as well. So, as you can see, we've been busy. We're all over the place. We do want to ask you, for our partners out in the audience today, we have a little table tent on your table with a QR code. That is to a survey asking you to tell us, what are the services that we're providing that you're utilizing, and what are the services that you would like to see us provide more of in the future. Okay, so before we get into the data, I have to do our due diligence here. So here is the overview of our data sources that we're utilizing to create these maps and these analyses for you. The Bureau of Labor Statistics is our primary go-to. We use census data, the American Community Survey. We get some data from the BEA, the Bureau of Economic Analysis, and from the Federal Reserve. And we also have some Ohio labor market information statistics as well. We do use 3 proprietary data engines, including Lightcast, Chimera, and Metopio. Okay, so before I move on, I also wanted to give some thanks to our staff members who worked very hard on the data and the maps that you'll see in this presentation. This includes before Coda, who is our PhD statistician, and Benjamin Hooper, who's a CRD staff member. I also wanted to note that we're going to spend some time throughout the morning introducing you to each and every one of our team members at CRD. Ben can't be with us today because he's ill, but the rest are here. And so I wanted to make sure that that you get to see their faces and see the sort of programmatic experience areas they have so that you can be familiar with our entire team. You met Maddie, and you'll meet the rest as we move forward through the day. All right. I'm going to move this. It's a little too in my face. Okay. So our first target is regional economic indicators. So, State of Ohio job growth. This map highlights job growth from 2018 to 2022 across the counties in Ohio. As you can see, most counties in Ohio experience net job losses rather than gains in this 5-year period. Only 16 counties in the state experienced job gains. Excepting Licking and Madison counties, we saw gains of 29 and 18%, relatively large. Counties that did see gains saw between 2 and 5% over this 5-year period. The color gradient on the map shows the job growth in the state has been concentrated in the suburban areas around our major metros, particularly Columbus and Cincinnati. For our region, for Northwest Ohio, we see 6 counties in the 31-county region that saw gains over the past 5 years, including Madison, Wood, Delaware, and Ashland counties. Madison, Wood, Delaware, Ashland, Putnam, and Wyandotte counties. And with the exception of Madison, as I said, that had the 29% growth, those gains have been between 2 and 5%. Okay, so the next few slides, I want to show you job growth by industry sector. So we usually tackle this in 3 industry sectors that are important to our region, including manufacturing, professional services, and transportation and warehousing. So we'll start with manufacturing. So, when we look at manufacturing, we see that Lucas County has added over 1,600 jobs since 2018. That's nearly a 7% increase. Putnam and Ashland counties have brought in about 200 new manufacturing jobs each, while Delaware has added 131, and Seneca has added 117 over the past 5 years. When we move on to professional, scientific, and technical services, we see the greatest gains in a number of positions concentrated in a few counties, including Delaware County, which has 514, Ashland, 288 new jobs, Allen County with 268 new jobs, Wood and Crawford each with 149 new positions. We see the highest concentration of increase in Crawford, Knox, and Henry counties, each seeing over a 40% increase in their professional, scientific, and technical services. So when the aggregate numbers may not be large, but the percent changes are are, and so that's a good sign. All right, on our third sector, looking at transportation and warehousing, when we look at this sector, we see Madison County outside of Columbus and Wood County with both having large job gains. Madison County saw nearly 2,700 new jobs, which is a 99% increase. And Wood saw nearly 2,000 jobs with a 35% increase. Union County also saw significant job growth in this area, adding 679 jobs in transportation and warehousing. That's a 60% increase over the past 5 years for them. All right, moving on to gross regional product. So while most counties in Ohio have experienced net job losses over the past 5 years, we've seen significant gains in gross regional product within each county. This is likely due to the impact of automation and robotics integrating into our key industries, where we are able to create high revenues with less workers. In 2021, the real gross domestic product of Ohio increased by 5.9% compared to the previous year. This is the most growth that the state of Ohio has seen since 2011, so that is significant. And in 2011, that GDP increase was 3.3%, so 5.9 is quite large in comparison. This is a welcome rebound from the shrinkage that we saw in 2020, which was attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic. As we might expect, the counties with the largest gains in GDP are Franklin, Cuyahoga, and Hamilton, seeing 21.6, 18.3, and $15.2 billion gains respectively. Summit, Montgomery, Butler, Warren, and Stark all saw increases between 3 and 4 billion each, and the average increase in GDP for counties in Ohio was about 22%. All right, looking at Northwest Ohio GRP growth, we see the largest gains have been in Delaware and Lucas counties, with over $2.5 billion gains since 2018. Union, Wood, Allen, and Hancock follow with gains between 1.3 and 2 billion each. The greatest percentage increase in GRP in the five-year period was seen in Morrow, Union, Paulding, and Fulton counties, with increases between 35 and 47%. Now looking at GRP in those 3 industry sectors that we focus on: manufacturing, professional, scientific, and technical services, and warehousing and transportation. So starting with manufacturing, we see that the top counties with gross regional product gains in manufacturing were Union County, which gained over 1.5 billion in GRP, or a 73% increase, and Allen, which saw an increase of 685 million from manufacturing in the last 5 years. Hancock, Lucas, Delaware, and Fulton counties all saw gains between 300 and 400 million. And except for Crawford and Madison, each county in the region saw GRP gains in manufacturing over this 5-year period. All right, when we look at professional, scientific, and technical services, we see, again, broad growth across the region. The average increase was about 25% for each county. Delaware County had the greatest GRP increase with 193 million, which is a 19.5% gain. The next closest in terms of gains was Allen County, which saw 52.5 million. Ashland, Madison, and Lucas County all came in with gains around 30 to 40 million. The greatest percent changes were in Knox County, which had a 58.9% change, Crawford with a 55% increase, Madison 47%, and Henry with 45%. Okay. And our final area for GRP focus, transportation and warehousing. We see mixed performance when it comes to transportation and warehousing across Northwest Ohio. We see relatively large gains in Hancock, Madison, and Wood County. These gains are 236 million for Madison, 195 million for, or I'm sorry, 236 for Hancock, 195 for Madison, and 163 million for Wood. Lucas, Union, and Richland counties all saw modest GRP increases between 44 and 72 million. 18 of the 31 counties saw greater than $20 million gains. All but 2 counties, Allen and Logan, saw growth in transportation and warehousing. So what these slides tell us is what many of us already know. While our region is shrinking in terms of population and overall jobs, Northwest Ohio continues to grow in terms of economic output, due, again, to those increases in productivity, efficiency, and due to our key assets, which are our transportation assets, our strategic location, our workforce, and the expansion of automation in our region. All right, so let's look at this workforce. I know that this is a topic of great concern, discussion, and collaboration across our region, and one that we are proud to be a partner in. So looking at the population dynamics first, this is the US population dynamics, looking at the census data from 2010 to 2020, that 10-year period. You see that most of the growth in the United States has taken place in the Mountain West, Texas, and the Southeast United States, while the Midwest in general has seen relatively low population growth. Ohio saw an increase of approximately 236,000 people in the past 10 years, or a 2.28% increase. This is similar to growth experienced by our neighbors. Growth in Michigan was 1.96, Pennsylvania 2.36, and Kentucky with 3.84. The largest winner in the Midwest was our neighbor to the west, Indiana, saw a growth of 4.56%. West Virginia saw the greatest decrease of the whole nation with a 3.2% population loss. So let's look at Ohio. Ohio's modest population growth is not evenly distributed throughout the state, as most of us know. Most of the state's population growth in this past 10 years has been in central Ohio and southwest Ohio, the suburban counties around the state's major metro areas, particularly Columbus and Cincinnati. The Appalachian region, as we can see highlighted dark in red, has seen the greatest losses, along with the Mahoning Valley. As a percentage, Delaware County was the fastest growing county in the state, at 22.9%, followed by Union County with a 20% growth. So let's look at net migration to our region. A significant component of the population change is how many people are migrating into our region. This figure highlights the net number of people who migrated into each county in 2020. As we saw in 2019, Delaware and Union counties had the highest level of inward migration across the region, with Delaware seeing a net gain of 4,402 people and Union seeing 1,129. Lucas County saw the highest level of outward net migration in 2020, losing 1,315 residents, which is up from the 2019 number of 887. Additionally, Richland, Morrow, and Knox counties all saw increases of 300 plus residents. Shelby and Allen saw outward net migration of 300 plus in 2020. Net migration to the region as a whole was 4,376. Looking at unemployment, so here we have highlighted in blue your counties with the lowest unemployment rates, and in red those with the highest unemployment rates. And this is all December 2022 data. This is unadjusted unemployment rate data, and so our unadjusted statewide unemployment rate is 3.6%. Which is slightly up from December 21, which was 3.4%. So all of the counties in red represent those counties that are above that above that statewide unemployment rate, and the ones in blue are below that statewide unemployment rate. So all 5 counties with the lowest unemployment rate in the state are located in our region. This includes Mercer, Auglaize, Wyandotte, Delaware, Union, and Hancock counties. All had unemployment rates below 2.7%. And you can just see, looking at that map, Northwest Ohio looks pretty good. But as we know, unemployment rates don't often tell us the whole story, as they only count those people who are actively seeking unemployment. So another number that we need to review is the participation rate. So this is our labor force participation rate for the region. This is the November 2021 labor force participation rate for all counties, with the red counties indicating a labor force participation rate below the statewide rate, which I said was 3.6. And, I'm sorry, the participation rate statewide is 61.5. And the blue counties are those with the rate above 61.5. During the same period, the national labor force participation rate was 62.3, so slightly higher, and up from the 2021 data, which was 61.5 for the nation. Wyandotte County has the highest labor force participation rate in the region, with a rate of 72.92. Delaware, Putnam, Mercer counties also have labor force participation rates above 70%. Hancock, Fulton, Wood, and Auglaize have labor force participation rates around 65%. The counties with the lowest labor force participation rate in our region are Marion, Crawford, and Richland counties, with rates between 51 and 52%. This map shows our labor force participation rate year over year. And so this is our change. The change in the labor force participation rate between November 21 and November 22. Whereas last year, only 6 counties in our 31 county region saw increases in labor force participation rate. This year, we see 11 counties in the region having increases in labor force participation rate. Wyandotte County has the highest rate increase with 3.57%. We see greatest increases in participation and smaller decreases in participation overall from last year. Only 2 counties, Williams and Marion, have seen a decrease over 2% in their labor force participation rate year over year. So overall, heading in the right direction. Okay. And so now moving on to sort of our topic of the year, which is small business indicators. So looking at new business starts, I think this is a piece of data that we are all somewhat familiar with or have heard the conversation around, which is the number of new business starts. We have seen record numbers of Americans starting their own businesses in the aftermath of COVID-19. In July 2020, a record number, over 550,000 new businesses were started in the United States. The trend of record numbers of new business starts and new business applications continues through 2022, with over 400,000 new business starts or new business applications each month, well above the pre-pandemic levels of 280,000. Looking at new business applications here, as new business applications and new business starts continue to climb, the number of applications for the state of Ohio has also increased. The longitudinal bar graph you see there are the new business applications for the state of Ohio. We saw a 22% increase in business applications between December 2020 and December 2021, with 154,824 applications filed in the last year. Only 4 states saw greater increases in the percentage of applications than Ohio, and that was Texas, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Florida, all in the 20s, but above 22. So when we look at new business applications by county, like population trends, we see most of the state's new business applications concentrated around the state's major metro areas. The counties with the greatest new business applications are Cuyahoga with 29,500, 16% increase. Franklin with a 26,000, which is a 20% increase. Hamilton, 15,000 with a 17% increase. Summit, 8,500 with a 25% increase. And Lucas County with 6,560 with a 32% increase. So when we look at Northwest Ohio then, the Lucas County leads in new business applications, followed by Delaware, Licking, Richland, Allen, and Wood counties. I think I got ahead of myself. Okay. Where my survival? Okay. Looking at the 5-year survival rate, after a small dip in 2020 and 2021, the 5-year survival rates have returned to 53.1%. They always hover around 50%, but we see sort of an ebb and flow in that. There was a little dip around the pandemic. You can see in 2021 and 2020, a little bit lower, and then back up in 2022 to 53.1%. The highest rate of the decade was 54% in 2016, and the lowest was in the Great Recession between 2010 and 2013, where rates dropped to about 47% in survival. When we look at the average employment of our 5-year survivors, we see that the data for the past 20 years here, 2002 to 2022, shows that small business enterprise has had the best survival rate. Those that survive, the majority that survive the 5 years have an average employment of 11.6. So a relatively small number of employees with a range between 9.1 and 14 employees total. So now I want to backtrack and look at business loans quickly, if I can. My slides got out of order. There we go. So when we look at small business loans, the money being allocated to our small business for those new businesses and existing, we see that 2021 saw a significant increase in the number of small business loans issued in the region. Seneca, Mercer, Henry, and Sandusky County all saw increases of greater than 100% in the number of loans. And 15 counties across the region saw increases greater than 50%. So what we're showing here is that in the last year, we've seen a lot of small businesses in our region getting loans. The amount of loans given has gotten smaller. So we're seeing more loans for smaller amounts in our region. So the amount of money lended has actually decreased. Henry, Williams, Allen, Defiance, and Seneca all saw significant increases in the amount of money loaned to small businesses between 20 and 21. All right, and to sort of triangulate back to our topic of the day with our keynote speaker, small-scale manufacturing. So our region, as we know, has this very rich history in manufacturing, a very rich culture built around manufacturing and all of the logistics and supports needed to thrive in a manufacturing environment. And so the question of small manufacturing, what does that look like and how is it doing in our region? So started by looking at the smallest, which is those that have less than 20 employees. The number of small-scale manufacturers in our region, the largest number is in Lucas County. We have 242 firms, manufacturing firms with less than 20 employees in Lucas County. Richland, Wood, Delaware, and Sandusky each had between 60 and 90 firms. And across the region, counties have an average of 44 small-scale manufacturers that have less than 20 employees. The highest average wage is found in Paulding County, where the annual average is $63,500 for small-scale manufacturing. The next highest average wage is in Auglaize, where the annual average wage for small-scale manufacturing is $47,900. Obviously, very, very good living wages. The average wage for small-scale manufacturers across our county with 20 or less employees was $45,600. Looking at the next sort of step up, are still small, but a little more moderate size manufacturers, 20 to 99 employees. There are far fewer manufacturers of this scale in our region. The average across the region is only 18 per county versus the 44 we saw with the 0 to 20. As with the under 20 employee category, Lucas, Richland, and Wood continue to be the counties with the most firms. Lucas having 87, Richland 40, and Wood 33 firms between 20 and 100. The average wage across the region for this scale of manufacturing is $49,500, with manufacturing firms with 20 to 99, which is slightly higher than their smaller counterparts. The highest average wage is in Wood County, which is $57,476. We have a little video that was provided to us by SIFT. If we can play that.
Dennis was a guy in his kitchen one day, and here we are working on being a national brand.
My mom started Marcia's Buckeyes back in 1984 out of the kitchen of our home. Anything is possible if you put in the work and you have the plan in place to get you to where you want to go. And if the product is good enough and the people, the consumers love the product, you can do so much more than what you think is possible.
I think part of the biggest struggle as a small company is you try to get some of the larger grocery stores, and they're worried about giving a small company a chance.
Well, how did Snickers, the name of a family horse, a candy bar, become the #1 selling candy bar in the world? Why can't a Buckeye be that? She started selling the Buckeyes at garage sales and festivals and things like that. And the Andersons was really what she considered her first wholesale account that took her outside of Perrysburg. She did some work with Kroger down in Columbus and some work with Cub Foods, and that ultimately is what led to the biggest opportunity for our company, which was Cracker Barrel.
When our founder, Dennis Dickey, was young, he used to be a blackjack dealer at Binion's Casino on Fremont Street in Las Vegas. One of his buddies was from Mazatlan, Mexico, and his grandmother had taught him the family recipe on how to make salsa. So every time they go out on the houseboat, his friend would make salsa, and Dennis was like, "You got to teach me how to do this." Fast forward about 30 years, Dennis moves back to Ohio, where he's from, and he got a job at a local pool company. So every time they'd have a pool party opening a new pool, he would make salsa and bring it to the party. And one day his boss brought the competition in. He bought a cup of salsa at the grocery store, brought it into the party to have Dennis try it. And Dennis tried it and thought there was something wrong with it. He just thought it tasted terrible. And they told him, they said, "Dennis, this is what we buy when we can't come to a party and get your salsa." So according to Dennis, at 59 years old, he gave his boss 2 weeks notice that day, took all his credit cards, mortgage on his house, and he figured, I'm going to make salsa for a living, and I'm either going to be a millionaire, or I'm going to be living in a box under the Cherry Street Bridge. And that's how he got started.
From a very young age, I was traveling the state of Ohio in the back of a van delivering Buckeyes with my mom. We were carrying down supplies. We helped the move from our basement to the new facility down in Perrysburg. Every snow day, every summer day, if she was short on workers, we were in the basement rolling and dipping Buckeyes. We were always a part of the business. My brother and I, who's my business partner, we both kind of had that realization around the same time. When we came back, we had a real vision for what we wanted to do.
So when I first got to Willie's Salsa, Dennis done a lot of work and built his customer base up to about 350 stores. And through all the hard work of everybody here at Willie's, in the last 6 years, we've been able to build that up to just over 12,000 stores.
Year-to-year sales, we've broken company records every year since 2008. Well over 10,000 retail locations. We're very blessed. We're very thankful for what God's provided. But again, it all starts with my mom. It all starts with Marcia and Dave and what they created.
If you've got an idea and it's a good product, I think you should pursue it. You should find a cooperative kitchen somewhere that can help you and teach you how to commercialize your recipe and about the food safety requirements and everything. And there's companies like us that can try and help you along the way.
If you have that passion, if it's truly what you want to do and it's what you were meant to do, then by all means go do it. It's not going to be easy, and you can't do it on your own. Ask for help, be willing to set aside your pride, and put in the work. And if you do that, good things will come from it.
So just a little inspiration, some stories from our local partner, SIFT, who has the Center for Innovative Food Technology, whose president and CEO will be on our panel a little bit later in the morning, but who serves as a really sort of a starting point for a lot of our food-based small manufacturers, which is a common genre here in our region. So just wanted to get you a little bit excited for our upcoming keynote around this idea of producing small manufacturing. We do have a few minutes if you have questions about the regional data. I'm happy to take them if you want to just come up to the microphones if you have questions, or we can continue. All right. I don't see anybody interested. And just wanted to put a little plug in here for CRD. If you are interested in any of the data products that you saw or any of the other services that we provide beyond the survey, please feel free to reach out to us at our web address or any of our socials. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here today to introduce our keynote speaker for the morning. Alana Preuss is the founder of Recast City, How to Save Your Downtown with Small-Scale Manufacturing. She is passionate about making great places and sees that small-scale manufacturers are a missing piece in today's real estate and economic development efforts. With over 20 years' experience in community development, Ms. Preuss's projects at Recast City span the country from Washington, D.C. to Honolulu, Hawaii. Additionally, Alana leads a national program through a grant from the U.S. EDA to improve on the revolving loan funding program and better achieve equitable outcomes with small business lending. Previously, Alana was Vice President and Chief of Staff at Smart Growth America and worked in the US EPA Smart Growth Division, and she currently serves on the Board of Directors for the national nonprofit Incremental Development Alliance. I am pleased to introduce our keynote for the morning, Alana Preuss.
Thank you. Awesome, thank you. Hey folks, can anybody hear me yet? Yes, now let me put all these things down. There are too many things in my hands. In case you're wondering, I talk with my hands, so this hopefully will not go flying. And they gave me a lavalier, so we're all good, so I can wander. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. It's great to be here, and I'm really excited to talk with you today and building on the information from this morning, I have 1,000 different ideas and questions running through my head. I started as a data nerd, so anytime you give me maps and graphs and numbers, there are little parts of my brain that start exploding. So we're going to talk about a whole bunch of different stuff today. I want to start us in a question that I'm hoping speaks to a lot of the work that you're each doing in your communities. What do vacant storefronts, equitable outcomes, resilience, and small business have to do with your work and what I call the soul of a place? And we're going to talk about what that means today. Because when it comes down to it, all of these different pieces tie together, right? When we're in downtown, when we see a storefront that's filled by a local business that is unique to where we are from, that shows the personality of the place where we live, that makes people proud of where they're from, we also are faced with challenges. And I don't know if you have any of this in your community, but we also have a lot of vacant storefronts. And it might be because of the cost of renovations, right? The cost of renovation versus how much you can get for a lease in that space. There might be distant property owners who are taking a loss to leave something vacant because they can take it as a tax benefit for other revenues they're making somewhere else. There might be large developments that are newer where they don't want to take a lower lease rate for a storefront because it actually devalues the underwriting that they did because maybe they built it at the height of the market just a few years ago. Or there might be a large chain that is guaranteed lease on a space so that no competitors can move into that space or that area. These are some of the reasons that we're seeing a lot of vacancies in a lot of our communities across the country. The other reason is that there is a mismatch right now between what real estate small businesses need and the size of spaces. And this is an enormous problem across the country. But the reality is, what are we all trying to do? Right? We're all trying to create these places where people come together, where our community can come together, where people love to be around each other. Especially coming out of the pandemic, people are desperate to get back together. We actually have this great research out there about cities and towns in the Midwest and the South that looked at why people feel tied to a community. It's called Soul of the Community. And it wasn't because of job opportunity. It wasn't because of income. It was for 3 reasons. They felt included. There were places to gather. And there was some aesthetic beauty, natural or built environment. And so when we think about what we're doing in our communities today and how we're addressing some of the issues that came up in the data earlier, right? The job loss that's going on, the population loss that's going on. We have to think about these factors as part of our economic development solutions. They're not separate, they're all tied together. So a little bit about me. My name is Ilana Prus. I'm really excited to be here today. On the left, you can see a picture of this amazing electric blue dress my mother sewed for me in high school. I'm pretty sure she redid the top part like 17 times to get it right. And on the right is when I had a chance to give a TEDx talk on the economic power of great places. My mother was a person who made stuff. She sewed, she knit, she painted. She taught all of us how to use a drill and hang blinds and fix things. My other great project are these great teens who, wow, are much bigger than this now. But all of that comes together for me in how we think about creating places alongside people who make stuff. It's a long story how I got there. I'll tell you another time. But this question of how we work with business owners, entrepreneurs, and I love that video about the food entrepreneurs. It really almost brings tears to my eyes when I see those stories about those wins. What are we doing to help these business owners who create products who can employ people in our community, who can put down deep roots, who already have deep roots in our community, and really bring good paying jobs. My definition of small scale manufacturing is broader than the stats that you saw, and we'll talk about that in a second. But when we look at small scale manufacturing, which is actually, for those of you who love NAICS codes, it's about 50 to 60 different codes that are part of how I define small scale manufacturing. We see that the employment there pays 50 to 100% more than service or retail jobs. And so when we're looking at issues of poverty, when we're looking at issues of job creation, this is one of the key ways we do that. And in a region like this with such a strong manufacturing history, this is building on the skills and the independence and the entrepreneurship of this area. So this is what I do. I work with communities across the country to bring small-scale manufacturing into downtowns, into storefronts, and into economic development work. So let's get back to our story. What does it mean for a place to have a soul? And how does that connect to today's struggle? Where we are today is, it's a really hard place, and I think it's important for us to acknowledge going into this that to think about how our economic development actions have excluded some people and some places. That's by race or ethnicity or immigrant status. That's by rural versus urban versus what neighborhood you're from. Not everybody has the opportunity to start from the same place. And it's important for us to acknowledge that so that when we work to solve for this and grow small businesses from across our communities, we're purposefully meeting people where they are. And what do we do about it now? Right? That's what we're going to talk about today. So first, I want to ground us in some of the hard truths. And I want to be really clear that this is a hard place to start. As of yesterday, this is the number of people who have died in our country from COVID. To talk about anything in our communities without acknowledging this, I think is impossible. The impact on families, the impact on businesses, the impact on communities. And I don't think we're going to understand the impacts for a very long time. And so whenever I talk about what's going on in communities, I think this is an important place to start. We also need to acknowledge, and I think we are all trying to go through sort of group amnesia at the moment, that everything shut down for months, right? Our businesses had to completely shut down for months in 2020. Honestly, it's almost hard for me to remember at this point, right? It's March, right? It's almost exactly 3 years ago. It is insane to fathom what we did. And the impact on small businesses, the ones that didn't survive and the ones that did survive, and the ones that pivoted and the new ones that have come out of it, right? The impacts are unfathomable. We've also seen this massive change in employment, the job loss that went on. The shifting, right? The great resignation, that's really the reshifting of jobs and salaries in a lot of ways, is just unbelievable. And on top of this, we had a lot of changes that were going on even before the pandemic. And this is something that your data reflects, right? Most counties are seeing a decline in working age population. That's brain drain, right? That's the young people leaving and saying that they're not coming back. That's the aging of our population. Right? There's a lot of different factors at play. And then even on top of that, sorry to pile on at the moment, but we have to start in the world of reality. Before the pandemic even, we measured the greatest income inequity in our history of measuring it. The greatest difference between the have and the have-nots in our country. And then on top of that, we need to acknowledge the racial wealth gap in our country, right? That the net worth of a median white household is 10 times that of a median black household. And that is because of job opportunities and employment opportunities today, but that's also because of our history of inequity, our history of exclusion, and that everyone isn't starting from the same place. And then on top of that, I promise I'm getting there, we know that when we have vacant properties, a vacant storefront, a set of vacant storefronts, it impacts the value of the properties around it. So that's lower property tax values, right? That's lower sales tax values. the negative impact of those vacancies are not just on that one property, it's across that whole area. And then we have this crazy thing going on in our retail world, right? That we have national chains closing, they're consolidating to only the super prime locations. If you don't already have great foot traffic, there's no way you're attracting a national chain. And even the national chains are shrinking their footprint. They need less space in many cases than they did before. Oh, and then, you know, this crazy thing that all these jobs are leaving non-metro areas, right? So if you're in a rural community, you're more than likely over the last 15 years seeing massive job loss. So I promise that's the end of the bad news. What does all of this have to do with when we're talking about our communities, our downtowns, our economic resilience, and what do we do about it? The thing I want you all to understand is that we are actually in this transformational moment. Our opportunity to do something different and our need to do something different is just overwhelming right now. And this is where small-scale manufacturing comes in. So let's talk about them for a moment. Small-scale manufacturing businesses, at the broadest scale, is any business that creates a product that's a tangible product that you can replicate or package. It can be a consumer-facing product. This is CO Ceramics. I'm actually not wearing her earrings today for some reason. She creates ceramic jewelry, the most glorious colors in the world. She has a micro retail storefront, 400 square foot space. That's in a stretch of micro retail storefronts. She can sell out of her shop. She can produce out of her shop. She can sell online, and she can sell wholesale. That is a small-scale manufacturing business. Doesn't matter if it's a sole proprietor or it has 20 employees or 50 employees if you're in a bigger city, but this is small-scale manufacturing. Think about all of those different revenue sources that are available to her on a very small footprint, right? And think about the impact that that could have for people in your community to increase their household income, let alone be able to employ people in your community. Another one is the Woodhaven, sorry. Woodhaven is out of Alabama. They're in a small town in Alabama. I met them through a project there, and they have a shop just a block off of Main Street. They employ 25 people in this small town. And during the pandemic, they had all these outdoor enthusiasts start stopping by their production space because people were out using the turkey calls. I called it once a turkey whistle, and they laughed me off of the phone. The turkey calls. People wanted to see where their turkey call was made because they were out and about and they were traveling. And so all of a sudden, this business owner realized that maybe they should put a small retail front on their production space, and they could help attract people to their Main Street, to their town. They could help be the attraction that brought consumers to town who would spend money in other local businesses. That's also small-scale manufacturing. Small-scale manufacturing, as you guys already saw in the video, are also food product businesses, right? This is material agnostic. My shorthand for it is, I have two of them, hot sauce handbags and hardware, or artisans to advanced manufacturing, right? Everybody who makes a thing falls in this bucket. One of the areas that we look at are things like commercial shared kitchens, right? Where a business is outgrown the home kitchen and the cottage food laws of what they can make at home, but they're not ready to pay for their own completely outfitted manufacturing space. They need something in the middle. We've seen this explosion in commercial shared kitchens across the country to really take away some of those barriers of growth for food product businesses. And then we have multi-tenant buildings that might be old schools, they might be old industrial buildings, but where we're bringing a number of small-scale manufacturers together. They have their own means of production, but they're all in a building so that they can share operations or they can have somebody who's just managing space for them and really build that community of producers. And we've seen this work in a lot of other verticals, right? If we think about what we've done with tech companies, and tech startups, the whole explosion of co-work spaces over the last 10, 15 years, that was because we realized when you put a lot of businesses together in the same space, a lot of exciting things happen and they come up with new products and new projects and they can support each other. One of those amazing things out there, coming back to stats again, is that when we know from research that when business owners have strong connections to other business owners, they're twice as likely to succeed. And when they have strong connections to mentors in their field, they're also twice as likely to succeed. And so when we think about how we can do this with our spaces that we have in our community, not only storefronts, but these kinds of shared buildings, we start having a method to grow this sector in our community. So I think it's important to acknowledge community and economic development have changed. Nothing is the way it was 5 years ago, let alone 20 years ago. And we have an opportunity today to build a strong, inclusive economy and have a thriving downtown and a thriving local economy. But we need to invest in a better way, and we need to do it with purpose and with intention about where we're going and what we want to achieve and who should benefit from this work, really specifically. And we need to address racial inequities and place inequities and create places that people love, where people want to come together, where we have that opportunity to have people feel included, create that space where people want to gather, right? And really tie people to our community so they want to be there and invest and create those deep roots. So how do we do this? That's the big question of the day, right? So when we think about the method, we need to do this in a different way. We need to do our economic development and our community investment in a different way than we used to. And this is the secret sauce. And it's not that secret, but I'm going to tell you anyway. We need to invest in the people who live there. That means the entrepreneurs and the small business owners who are in our community today. In the past, people have done a lot to recruit big businesses to come to their community. Very, very few places win that fight. So what does everybody else do? And even the places that win that fight still need to do this, as a side note. So we need to invest in the people who live there, the small business owners, the small scale manufacturing business owners, the people who are investing in our community. We need to invest in the place. That's the storefronts, the spaces for those businesses. That might mean right-sizing some of the space for our small business owners so that they have the right amount of space so that they can thrive and be effective and successful in what they're doing. We also need to create new structures to support and scale these investments. The way we support our small business owners needs to change. How that information is accessed needs to be different. The kinds of information that they need needs to be different. And the way we support that place, the way we support our downtowns, the way we bring people together, the nuts and bolts of how we do this is different. And then we need to think long-term, but act now. Our small business owners and our downtowns are desperate for help. So this is about what we can do right now to make a difference while we're also thinking long-term. It's a yes and kind of answer. So the small-scale manufacturers are a hidden gem to help make a lot of these pieces happen because they create so many different benefits in our community. It's, as I said, a business type that helps invest in people building their household wealth, right? How do we break out of these cycles of job loss, of poverty, the history of what's going on in some of these communities? How do we also create opportunities to bring wealth into the community? And when I mean bringing wealth into the community, something as simple as supporting people to sell a product online means that they're quite literally bringing dollars into the community, and they're not just dependent on what they can sell right there in that community, right? So we're building the wealth of the place. We can fill storefronts with these businesses that sell in person and online, because then they have multiple sources of revenue to help them be a resilient business, to help them thrive. Might be a place that doesn't have a lot of foot traffic right now in your downtown, but if we help small-scale manufacturers go into those storefronts, people want to come in and see things being made. It's an amenity. It's a cool factor. It makes people want to be a part of it. It makes people want to gather. And so they can sell online so that they have enough revenue coming in and not be dependent on that foot traffic, but boy, can they also help attract foot traffic to that place. And then we can use this as an opportunity to break out of the cycles of loss, grow property values, fill those vacant storefronts, bring people together. This is a coffee producer, Zeke's, it's good coffee. The front is a coffee shop. The back is the coffee roastery. They do coffee roasting and distribute out to the whole region out the back door. When they moved into this space, they filled a vacant storefront on a block that had tons and tons of vacancies. And so that meant that their business model was in fact dependent on the regional wholesale distribution for their success, and the coffee shop became a neighborhood amenity, right? And lo and behold, by filling in the storefront, giving people a reason to come walk over and get that cup of coffee, they built up the foot traffic on that street. Every single vacant storefront on that block is now filled. Right? This is the kind of impact that we're talking about when we look at small-scale manufacturing. And lo and behold, when we take care of our own business owners, when we really take care of our entrepreneurs, the people who want to grow their businesses, word gets out. And then we attract not only more business owners and entrepreneurs from within our community because people see what's possible, it attracts other people into our community because they want to be a part of that thriving place. So this is all about creating that thriving economy, right? We want a thriving economy that's going to do great things for more people. And when we work with communities, one of the things that I love is that this aha moment when people realize that there are small-scale manufacturers everywhere. The first thing I tell people when we start working with them is just start paying attention to where you're going and who you're seeing and who you're talking to and who makes stuff. Right? The problem with the NAICS codes, with the business identifier codes, is that the huge number of these businesses don't actually register as manufacturing. They register as retail, they register as deli, there's so many different reasons they register as all these different kinds of businesses. So when you start just thinking about the definition and thinking about, well, how do I go find them, you find that they're just sort of under the surface with their head down, churning away, trying to get this work done and get their business off the ground or scale their business. And that because they're there, you can immediately create these impacts. So when we worked with Columbia, Missouri, one of the things that they recognized as we worked with them and talked to small-scale manufacturers in the community, because that's a key part of our work, is that they had a whole bunch of business owners who were food product business owners at home who were bursting at the seams. And then they had a whole bunch of people who really didn't know anything about how do you go at that next step. And so they created a commercial shared kitchen called Como Cooks, and they launched it in the middle of the pandemic in partnership with the university, a space that had an existing kitchen that just needed some repairs and upgrades. And they immediately started helping food product businesses. They're now, in fact, scaling and about to open a second larger location, and it's a partnership with local economic development, an improvement district, a workforce training program. All of these different partnerships have come together to help these locally owned businesses grow. They also changed their zoning, for any of you planning wonks out there, because they needed to make sure that small-scale manufacturing could be allowed in the spaces, in the storefronts, in the areas in this part of town. Another example is the Village Market in Atlanta, Georgia. I have nothing to do with this project, I'm just a huge fan of it. The Village Market in Atlanta launched also during the pandemic. It's created by a woman named Dr. Lakeisha Hallman, and she had done pop-up markets before the pandemic, creating more opportunities for Black business owners in Atlanta. The pandemic hit, the pop-ups had to shut down. She negotiated a space in one of the prime real estate properties in the city to create a shared retail space. So the different people who have their businesses here, you can see each of these different tables, those are individual businesses that have those spaces, they pay to have those spaces. They also go through a 12-week training program, and the whole goal is to help these businesses scale into their own bricks and mortar. It's an incubator program for product businesses to be able to scale and be a part of the local economy long term. So what do we do about it, right? Let's make something happen. This is what it is all about. This is about, my world is all about taking action. It's not just talking about the theory. It's not just talking about the numbers. It's about taking action because there's so much need out there. There's so much we need to do. So this is what we do with Recast City. We work with folks on all about this and about creating strong places that people love with small-scale manufacturing as a way to get there. So if you don't have the book, I think that QR code will work from wherever you are. This is the first time I'm trying a QR code for you. You can get the first chapter of the book for free at recastyourcity.com. I encourage you to check it out. It's a lot about the what and the why and the how, about how we do all of this work. And the book is really a DIY book. It's a how-to to make all of this happen within your community. And to me, it is about creating great places and saving our small businesses and growing the small businesses in our community. So what do we do about it? First, I have to think about how to create affordable space for a diversity of small businesses on Main Street. That might be a space that the jurisdiction, the municipality owns. It might be a partner. It might be a real estate owner who really wants something great to happen in the community and is willing to take a chance on something they haven't done before. But we need to figure out a way to start getting these businesses into storefronts. When we worked with Bellflower, California, one of the things that they did after we worked with them was launch a micro-grant program to help small-scale manufacturers afford space in downtown and on their Main Street. We also need to fill in the gap in business assistance. And this is about the kinds of business assistance we provide. Do we need to provide it in multiple languages? Who can help us get to business owners who have not been at the table in the past? We talk about reaching out through faith organizations, neighborhood leaders, cultural groups. Who's been excluded or underserved in the past, and how do we reach those business owners? There are small product business owners across every demographic way you can slice and dice the community. The question is finding them and reaching them. And then I suggest working on existing business owners and helping them become resilient in their business model and scale if they're interested before we work on startups because existing businesses are lower risk. We also need to look at how to target different investment models. I've done a lot of work with EDA, revolving loan fund recipients. They provide small business lending. There are CDFIs. But we can also look at how can anchor institutions contract with local product business owners to help them scale. Because if you have a standing, solid contract with a local anchor institution, then that can be your base funding to get a bigger loan to scale your operations, right? How do the dollars that we invest as an anchor institution, including the municipality, really impact and help scale local businesses? And then yes, we have to deal with our policies. It might be zoning, it might be permitting. When we worked with Fairfax County, Virginia, we helped them adopt an artisan manufacturing land use definition, and then we sat down with everybody in the permitting process and said, here's a real life example in a real building and 3 different businesses that we will change their names to protect the innocent. How would you approve this? Needless to say, they couldn't figure it out in the first hour, but we asked all of the questions so that when those businesses actually came in, somebody had the answers done already. It wasn't on the shoulders of that small business owner to figure out the answers. We want to make sure that the answers are already there. We want to be as welcoming and supportive as we can of these business owners. And yes, we can do it in ways that build community pride, right? Holiday pop-up markets, spring pop-up markets, artisan markets that go alongside a farmer's market. All of these different pop-ups help build community pride. People love being able to be out and supporting their local neighbors, local business owners. But those are also incubator opportunities. Anytime we invite small business owners in our community to come out and in a low-risk, low-cost way, try to sell their products, figure out product market fit, figure out their marketing, figure out their outreach, we are helping them grow their business and incubate what they're doing. So I hope you're all ready to do something about it. We do have a national program called Recast Leaders, where we bring cohorts of community leaders together to actually do this work in their community. I'd be happy to talk about it if you're interested. It always starts with, before we even get there, we do a 1-week project with folks called a Recast Spark to even understand, is there an opportunity, what's the urgency, and how do we figure out how to execute the work? So if you want to get the worksheets that go with the book, if you want to get the book, it's recastyourcity.com. I also encourage you to connect with me on LinkedIn because that is where I share all the cool things I find going on in every community around the country because there's a lot of really cool stuff going on. So I hope out of all of this that you take away the urgency to take action. That what is going on today in the vast majority of communities is just not enough. And in many cases, it's just not the right things. And so I want you to take a moment to think about where is that opportunity? What happens, and we're going to talk about this later in the workshop, what happens if we don't make any changes? But what is that real opportunity if we do? What does that magic wand future look like if we can really create the change that we know we need? Because the opportunity to bring people together, to create these thriving businesses, to create good paying jobs in our community where people are proud to both be employed and employ their neighbors, is that future that we can create where we can have the good paying jobs, we can have those places that people come together, and we can create that thriving economy for the people in our community. And yes, it takes leadership, and that's why you're all here. This takes leadership. This takes taking action. This is about being purposeful about what we do and how we do it and who we do it for. But I've got to say, I believe it's worth it to create a place that people are proud to call home. With that, thank you. Take questions. So I think we're doing up at the mic because we're not running them around. So anybody have any clarifying questions? Something that I shared that you want more information about, doesn't make so much sense, or you have questions about how we do one of these things? I know it's a lot to actually ask you to come up to the front versus us running the mic to you. I feel like that intimidates people to ask questions. Or if you want to give us a wave, give me a wave, and I'll repeat the question from up here with the mic. Any questions? I've stunned you all into silence. Yep.
Okay, I want to make sure you can hear me.
I can hear you fine.
How involved are you in scaling some of these small businesses as they look to be a small-scale manufacturer?
So the question was, how involved am I, or Recast City involved, as these small-scale manufacturers look to scale? So we work with the community leaders to make sure that the community is providing the right kind of space, the right kind of technical assistance, the right kind of capital support. And if the major challenge in the community is about scalability for businesses, then we can connect communities up with the right trainers. So for instance, there's this amazing business out of Chicago called 37 Oaks that provides both on-demand online trainings, but also customized trainings for product business owners who want to scale. And it's about pricing and distribution and supply chain and that is their expertise. We always start with the question of what is in fact most important to small-scale manufacturers in that community. We ask a lot of questions of those business owners before we make any kind of recommendation of what kind of investment to make. Because my whole goal or intent is it's really hard to take action, it's really hard to make changes, and any kind of investment of time, energy, money that you make, I want to make sure that it is in fact the most important one or two things that those small-scale manufacturers need to survive and thrive in the community. So that might be the answer. In some cases, it's often the answer, honestly, but in a lot of cases, we want to make sure we understand what their needs are, and if they're ready for scalability or not. In the back. Sure. So the question is about pop-up retail. So, and examples for that. I'm going to put this part down. So there's two different ways I would think about pop-ups. One are the outdoor events, right? The festivals. Anytime you have a festival, for whatever reason, please consider inviting small-scale manufacturing entrepreneurs. We often call these people vendors, but really they're entrepreneurs in our community, right? So anybody who sells a food product that is packaged is small-scale manufacturing. Any artisan that is selling the things that they make, these are, I have a tendency to buy things when I go on site. These are from Knoxville, Tennessee, a different small-scale manufacturer. We want to find these people, we want to build lists of them, and we want to invite them to come be vendors and entrepreneurs and sell at our events. So whatever holiday market you have, whatever parade you have, whatever celebrations you have where people come together, pop-up vendors at tables, however you want to set it up, is a huge way to help those businesses create and test and market their products, right? Anybody who can sell in person then can, hopefully, have that client, that customer, become an online sales as well. There's in fact a huge gap between people who sell on the weekends versus people who sell online, and we need trainings to connect those two dots, but it's a place where a lot of people start. So there's any kind of holiday market anybody's ever seen. I mean, that's just a great example when we bring those people together. When we think about retail pop-ups, there are a lot of different interesting models. There's a really interesting one out of Indianapolis, so I know it's a bigger city, but Indianapolis has something called, what's it called? Startup, but it's ST''art, because it started by engaging with the artisan art community, but they work with property owners either all over the whole downtown or they pick a neighborhood in downtown, I can't remember, and they have a month where they compete these spots for different businesses to be popping up, but they have one website and they promote it. There's a centralized promotion of all of it, which is key because you have to, for these pop-up retail spaces, you have to really create the energy to drive people into these spaces, especially if they're spread out in a bigger area. If they're all in one area, you obviously need to promote and drive people to that one area, but if they're distributed around an area, that's important. Downtown LA has also done it, but really thinking about how we pick the businesses to go into the space, what do we want to achieve with that? How is that pop-up a part of that continuum of how we help businesses grow? What do we want them to learn? There's also a great program out of Baltimore called, I was just looking at it this morning, Home Run Accelerator. And it's actually the second time that they're doing this. And it is a program specifically for home-based businesses that want to move into storefronts, right? There's an enormous gap in how you do that transition. And so they compete the assistance. It's actually open for applications right now if you want to go find it and use it as a model. You can, and this is something that's based on models we've seen in smaller cities. It's a great model. People have used it to fill downtown storefronts for years. So this one is specifically for product business owners who are home-based, who want to be in storefronts. They get a 3 or 4 month training program, and when they complete the program, it qualifies them for a grant of $5,000 to $10,000, and they make introductions to property owners who are interested in having these businesses in their space. Right? So you're there, and this is based on interviews that we did years ago now with small-scale manufacturing business owners in Baltimore, understanding that this is the major gap in what was going on in that field. And so the training is everything, the nuts and bolts about, right, what are you pricing? How do you stage a space? How do you know what you can afford in a space to make sure that those business owners are really set up for success for when they get into those spaces? That was good question, thank you. Other questions? In the middle.
What would you suggest is the best way to find those? We're aware of some businesses in our area that do this, but how do we find those that aren't? What's your best suggestion to finding those?
So if you download the worksheets, there's a whole bunch of information about it, but I'll give you the short version of it. We talk about sort of the easy path and the sort of research path. The easy path, honestly, is just start talking to everybody you know about this question. I am the crazy person that like drives around the place. I already found the chocolate maker in the neighborhood here, right? Like when you start walking places and driving places, all of a sudden you start noticing that these businesses are everywhere. And it's a really easy way to start. You just start asking everybody you know, hey, do you know anybody who makes a thing in a storefront, at a pop-up? If you have any holiday markets, any list from those holiday markets or vendors from various festivals or fairs, those are all great places to pull names. That's generally where we start. When we go a level down, we look at people I call connectors, people who are known and trusted in a specific part of your population, who also believe in the potential of that population. You have to have both characteristics. You can't have one or the other, you have to have both characteristics. And we ask them, who do you know? How can you help me get the word out? In a lot of cases, we also create a very basic website landing page so that we can send people to one place to sign up. So we can just start collecting names of people. Because when we work with communities, we end up asking community leaders to go talk to small-scale manufacturing business owners. But even if you only talk to a dozen of them at the beginning, any longer list that you have, you're going to be able to use for events and programming and outreach later on. So we look at the sort of the organic, who do I know, but then we also look at the purposeful outreach. And honestly, looking at any of the ones that you do know, where do they promote their work? It's probably Instagram. And if you have any social media capacity, even to put out basic graphics saying, hey, we're looking for these vendors. We did this in one city where they had never done any kind of outreach like this, and we created a graphic for them. And they created a Google form, right? Super, super simple. No website, no nothing, just a Google form and one graphic in Canva. In 2 weeks, just by posting it a couple of times on their social media and having somebody announce something on one of their broadcasts, they had 50 business owners sign up. And that was with like this amount of work. So they're there, and they're often desperate for help. It's just about expressing that you want to help them. Great question. Other questions? Looking on this side of the room. Oh, yes. What do I think about grants and financing available? What types of grants and financing are available for small-scale startups? Startups are harder. So one of the things I've learned about the EDA revolving loan fund program, which is one area I would look at, and I know that there are ones in this region, is that they can fund, their intention is to be in a space where you can't, if you don't qualify for a bank, but you can still qualify for an RLF. It's a great resource. It's one that's generally the best kept secret in any place that I've ever spoken to anybody about. If there's any CDFI, which is going to be a nonprofit loan pool, those are also going to be great opportunities. There are definitely US EDA grants for creating some of these spaces. So a commercial shared kitchen, folks have gotten federal grants to help outfit those spaces. So there are ways of getting funding for the infrastructure that we talked about around these businesses. But I also think the anchor institutions, right? Corporate sponsorship of the spaces to help grow their supply chain, to help grow businesses that want to be in a thriving downtown so that their employees want to be in that place, right? We know that people want places to gather, so that means our downtown has to be great to be able to even think about attracting anybody else there. So those are places that I would start. Startups are harder to get funding. A lot of communities, not a lot. There are definitely some communities who do micro grants. Even $500 for a product startup could make an enormous difference just to buy the first supplies or buy a first machine or whatever it is. And so really thinking about those micro grants between $500 and $5,000 can be a really effective tool for startups. Thank you. Is there another hand? Yep.
Have you worked with a community that, for whatever reason, wasn't successful in deploying this? What did you take away as something that could have made a significant difference in that particular community?
It's a great and painful question. Well, the question was, have I worked in places where this didn't work? And in sort of most simple way, why? Yes. I mean, wow. I'm working with 113 different people right now. If I could make it work in all of those, with all of those people in all those places, man, that would be an amazing magic wand to have. I think there's two main reasons it doesn't work. When we work with folks with the Recast Leaders Program, it's a 10-month project with us. We bring 5 communities together. Each community builds a team of local leaders. The community learns how to do all of this work so that that knowledge stays in the community, and you can replicate it with other types of small businesses in other neighborhoods. My whole goal in all of this is that the capacity to do this stays in the community. There are 2 main challenges to that. Staff leave, so we train up great people, and then they move to another community, which they might bring that knowledge to that place, but the knowledge of how to do that and the person making that happen in the community might not be there anymore. And the other one is political buy-in. There are a lot of places that, how do I say this? If the community has lost a lot of jobs over the last 20 years, it is often the case that that place has a psychology of loss, that the leadership of that community does not believe that any new change or any new opportunity is going to create good. And there is not political buy-in to take action. So we work with community leaders who are not elected officials. We have a great project that we did in San Bernardino, California, with a whole bunch of nonprofit leaders and entrepreneurship leaders. They will make changes that are in their control, but they do not have the support of the city, and so city changes are unlikely to happen. And that's where a lot of the money sits, obviously. And so having the buy-in of people with budgetary control becomes an essential part of this, and having the belief in that leadership that we can grow the pie again by working together, by working across silos, by trying new things, is sort of an essential ingredient in that. Go ahead. Yeah. How do we bring people together to do the work, especially if they have overlapping common purposes, and especially if they all feel like that pie is small and they're fighting for the same pieces of it? That's tough. So I feel like there's always supposed to be a list of 3, but I'm thinking of 2 right now. One is that part of our process when we work with communities and recast leaders is we identify all the people who are part of the ecosystem who will support the small-scale manufacturers. So that's the faith leaders, that's the entrepreneurship leaders, that's the people who have space, there's a laundry list of people we look at. And we actually invite them to come sit down at the table and say, we want to do this. We want to create this great outcome. What do you think works about this here already? We get them to share the assets that they recognize, including what they're all doing, so thereby they're obviously like all sharing what they're doing, which is great. What doesn't work? What are the gaps that they identify? And what do they think is most important to happen in the next year or so? And you should tell me when I'm done, because I'll just keep talking. Yeah?
I think this is the last question we have time for. It's actually from the chat, from the live stream.
Let me just finish this one real quick.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. No. And so we get them around the table talking about that. The most effective way to get them to work together is to find one small, simple project to work on together, because then all of a sudden you see that you can work together. And that was one of the 2 ideas that I had, and I can't remember the other one right now, but I'll try to think of it for later. Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So from the chat, chat, how does the small businesses handle the task of healthcare for the business owner and employees?
Oh, that's a really hard question. Wow. That is not my area of expertise. That's a great question. So that's why we really encourage folks to work with some of the ecosystem builders, right? The people who do work directly with the businesses like 37 Oaks or Co-Starters or Elevate, which is another program. There are phenomenal programs out there that help small business owners navigate these kinds of questions and figure out how to address things like health insurance or business insurance or all of these other nuts and bolts because the challenge is so many of them are trying to figure it out on their own, right? Everyone's going one by one, and really when we pull people together to figure out some of these answers, it's going to be much more effective for them. The last thing I just want to make sure everyone is clear on is that this is totally doable, right? This is stuff that we're seeing happen all over the country. These businesses are everywhere. I don't care if it's a town of 300 people or 30 million people. There are business owners who are making stuff, who want to grow their businesses, who want to grow deep into the community, who want to not only build wealth for their own household, but want to build wealth in their community and employ people in the community and make a difference. And they want to help create these thriving places that we know are essential for the success of our community. So I hope you all think about how to make this happen in your community. And we're going to do the first step of how we start thinking about this work in the workshop later this morning. So thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alana. So we have a 15-minute break here. We'll come back at 10:30. I just wanted to put a quick plug in. If you were thinking about leaving, please stick around. We have a panel of local connectors, right? The folks who can answer a lot of those more logistical questions and who are on the ground doing the work in our community, in our region, to help get these small businesses up and running and to support them through all of those processes from permitting to development to counseling and all of those things. So please stick around. At 10:30, we'll come back with the panel.
Once again, if you could please be making your way back to your seats, grab a cup of coffee and a muffin. Good morning and welcome back from your break. If you have not already found your way to your seat, please do so. This morning we're pleased to jump right into our exciting panel discussion on building small business capacity in Northwest Ohio. Our moderator for today's panel is Dr. Jennifer Percival. Dr. Percival is Dean of the the Schmidhorst College of Business and professor at Bowling Green State University. Her research is focused on the effective use of and integration of technology to support teaching practices in the healthcare sector, as well as higher education. She is also actively involved in research surrounding the use of process modeling techniques to support innovation, change management, and technology integration services. Dr. Percival has also led the development of interdisciplinary programs to support student access and the development of industry-ready graduates. She has received over $1.5 million in grants to support her research, engaging with faculty colleagues and students across disciplines on campus, at other universities, and partner community colleges with multiple industry collaborators. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me join in welcoming Dr. Jennifer Percival and our panel.
There we go. Yep, perfect. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. It's my pleasure to be the moderator for today's session. And I don't know how many of you pay attention to the calendar, but Wednesday is International Women's Day. And today, I have the opportunity to have a panel full of women leaders in the area of economic development. Something that honestly, as a business leader, we don't see that often. And I think we should be very proud in our region to have this type of diversity and leadership in our region. Our first panelist is Ms. Ebony Carter. Ebony is the director of the Minority Business Assistance Center in the Toledo Regional Chamber of Commerce. She's currently the interim director at this center and has worked with small businesses and startup companies for the past 6 years, assisting with funding opportunities, strategic financial planning, and company structural planning. Her previous position as a financial analyst at the University of Toledo sparked her mission to become a trusted resource who helps inform and equip small businesses with the necessary tools and skills to reach their goals. Ebony attended the University of Toledo, where she earned her BA in finance and joined the illustrious Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Our next panelist, there we go. Our next panelist is Ms. Rebecca Singer, President and CEO of the Center of Innovative Food Technology. Rebecca is President and CEO of SIFT. She also directs the Northwest Region's Ohio Manufacturing Partnership and is recognized leader in providing technical innovations and solutions to local manufacturers with special expertise in the food processing industry. Singer joined SIFT in 2001 and became the third president and CEO in the history of the organization. Prior to joining the organization, she worked with the Ohio Department of Agriculture as the Ohio Proud Coordinator and Director Marketing Specialist. Rebecca holds a bachelor's degree in agribusiness and applied economics from Ohio State University. Our next panelist is Ms. Sandy Spang. Sandy is the Deputy Director of Economic Development for the City of Toledo. She draws on her experiences as an entrepreneur, former Toledo City Council member, and Ohio Certified Economic Developer to increase the vibrancy and diversity of Toledo's economy. Sandy supports entrepreneurs and small businesses as they navigate permits and licenses and connects them to supportive resources in our community. And our last panelist is Ms. Katie Thompson. She's the Executive Director for Bowling Green Economic Development. Katie is a creative problem solver who works with communities and organizations to achieve collaborative change and growth. As executive director, she leads BGED and is responsible for industry attraction, retention, and expansion. Katie takes a holistic approach in development to ensure an increased quality of life for all residents. Katie is also an entrepreneur herself. She continues to own and operate Eden Foundation Fashion Boutique, a contemporary women's clothing store in downtown Bowling Green, which opened in 2016. She and her husband also own and operate several other businesses, including Main Street Ace Hardware, Thompson & Thompson Construction, and TDK Property Group. Katie holds a BA in Marketing and a Master's of Organizational Development from Bowling Green State University. Please welcome this panel. All right. So to help us a little bit on context and help us, I guess, better understand some of the community resources that each of these panelists are represented, we're going to start with a pretty basic question, I think, to really help us understand the context of small business development in our region. So if each of you could please share a little bit more about your organization and the role it plays in the region. Ebony, do you want to get started?
Thank you. So the Regional Chamber of Commerce is the host for the Minority Business Assistance Center and the host for the Small Business Development Center. But specifically in my new role as interim director for the MBAT, we typically focus on certification for women and minority businesses, access to capital and procurement opportunities. And being a part of a larger organization like the Regional Chamber of Commerce, it just allows us to be connected and network with other organizations and businesses to kind of help support those small businesses in the different efforts that they may have to grow their business.
Rebecca, do you maybe want to share a little bit about your organization? It has a different role and context.
It does. Can't, there? Got it? Okay. Yes, so I represent the Center for Innovative Food Technology, and we are very uniquely positioned in this region because we do, as was mentioned, also handle the Ohio Manufacturing Extension Partnership affiliation in the 18 counties. So several of you recognize us for all the things that we do with food, and that's basically anything and everything from the field to the plate in all different sizes of companies and capacities. And we are fortunate enough to be able to show some of those successes through our Northwest Ohio Cooperative Kitchen earlier in the video today, with Willie Salsa being a primary kind of success story. But we do a lot with the manufacturing as well in this region, which is a nice connectivity because it's more than just the food that goes into those packages. It's everything in between. It's the labels, it's the bottles, it's any kind of mechanism to be able to transfer those products in a safe capacity. So we really try to bring and mold both the food processing industry with all the other types of manufacturing that is necessary to support it. So very much a wide spectrum of services that we do, but certainly I am fortunate that every single day I have the best job. I get to work with people that come in that say, I have this recipe, and they have no idea what to do after that. That's all they have. They have the little business, their little card, and I get to taste it sometimes, which is even better. But we really try to guide them through every step in order to make it a viable business, but also a very safe product for consumers. So very fortunate to be here. I was honored to be asked, and certainly welcome continued interactions with everyone that's here today.
Sandy, can you maybe share a little bit more from, the regional perspective, but also the bigger city in our region of Toledo?
I think, am I on? Okay. We had, at the city of Toledo, we had I think a typical economic development department that didn't have a specific focus on small businesses. And in January of 2020, I joined the team with a focus of supporting small businesses. And within really weeks, it was all about COVID support. And our mayor likes to say that during COVID, we really learned that small business is big business. And we learned the impact that small businesses have on our community. And not just in job creation, but in placemaking and in really that fabric of our community. So I do a lot of navigating. I help people to get through the permits and the licenses and the requirements that they come up against with the city. You know, they may be an expert in their small business, but they are not an expert in zoning rules and permitting, and they really need that support as they go through that process. But I also am a connector. We don't do the business counseling that's available in our community. We don't write business, we don't help folks write their business plans or prepare financial projections so that they can have access to capital. We work with our entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is incredibly strong in our community. And so we refer people out to those trusted resources. We know that they're going to get high quality counseling at no charge to them. So sometimes I like to say I do just enough business counseling to make them know that they really need to go to talk to Ebony or go to talk to Rebecca, but we do that connecting. Something else that has happened within our organization, because we have someone who's communicating with small businesses, is that our own departments are referring businesses to us. You know, we like to think that every department in the city is involved in economic development because they're connecting with businesses, often at pressure points. So we get referrals from the obvious departments, building inspection or plan commission, and it really is important to intervene early there. You don't, you know, it's a tragic story when someone has purchased or leased a property that because of code or zoning requirements, they will never be able to use the way they hope to use it. So early intervention is important. But we also get referrals from departments like fire or water when a business is facing an expensive upgrade and they need to be connected to resources. So that's key. But in addition to that one-on-one connection with the entrepreneurs, we're looking hard at our operational systems and trying to find the ways that they may be creating barriers for small businesses as they do business in our city. A couple examples, working with National League of Cities, we were able to launch an informal to formal business program, knowing that a lot of these businesses are working a little bit below the radar, but how do we help them to become, to scale up, to become legitimate businesses that then can access capital and move forward and grow. Another thing, we're taking a very close look at our procurement and bidding policies, because what an opportunity for us as a municipality to help grow businesses in our community, to build capacity for contractors using the power of our procurement. So those are some things that we're looking at as well.
Great, thank you. Katie, you know, we're not all in a bigger city like Toledo. A lot of us are from smaller communities. Can you maybe share that perspective and how you play a role there?
Sure. I'm actually going to answer this question in two ways. First, as an entrepreneur, and then secondly, as an economic development director. So as an entrepreneur, there were a few questions earlier that I think led me to want to make these comments. One was that a small business's success often depends on them having relationships with other small businesses. And second, there was a question from the audience about how do you find these small-scale manufacturers. And so one of the really cool things that we do at Eden, which is my clothing boutique in downtown Bowling Green, is all of our accessories and home goods and gift items, about 98% of those are all produced by other local artisans or manufacturers. So although we could source those goods from, you know, mass-produced operations elsewhere and probably have higher profit margins, we really believe it's important to support those layers of local goods in our community. And it's been really cool to see that as we've brought in some of those fledgling entrepreneurs and sold their products in our store, they've become able to offer more robust offerings as well, and now are entering into kind of larger wholesale business opportunities and selling in other stores as well. So that's been really cool. And then from an economic development perspective, I would say that right now, to your point, being in a little bit of a smaller community, you know, we don't really have any dedicated person for small business development and success. So we do field those phone calls in our office. I wouldn't say that we are known for being the one-stop shop for those phone calls, but we get calls for anything from they're looking for a space to lease, they're looking for funding opportunities, questions about licensing, and we do the best that we can to basically be a conduit to other resources. And I think what I'll be able to talk about a little bit further in this panel is we're hoping to be able to provide a little bit of a better answer to that question in terms of how is Bowling Green Economic Development supporting small businesses. We are actively working to make sure that we are doing more, so I'm excited to share a little bit more about that later.
So Katie, let's continue our conversation then. You know, we've heard from our speaker that really now is the time to really be focusing in and thinking about small scale manufacturing, small scale enterprises. Can you maybe share a little bit about, you know, the impact that this could have on a community like Bowling Green? And, you know, why is now the right time to really be focusing in on this topic?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question that many communities struggle with, especially smaller communities where we don't have as many staff and resources. And I think if you look at successful communities, vibrant communities, you can often trace back that success to an organization or a group of organizations that really rallied to accomplish that work. I find that I travel around or I look up case studies about unique projects, and I don't often see a lot of those things happening by accident. And so we really took a step back at Bowling Green Economic Development a couple of years ago and did a really robust strategic planning initiative. It was over 6 months, and we brought in a partner, actually the CRD, to be able to help us work through that. And we brought in a lot of our community stakeholders. City government was heavily involved in that process, as well as a broad perspective from throughout our community. And out of that, we were able to increase our strategic initiatives twofold, basically. So, you know, historically, Bowling Green Economic Development, as with many economic development organizations, was strictly focused on large industry attraction and retention, and then obviously along with that, site and infrastructure development. But out of that strategic planning, we added 2 new strategic goals, one of those being fostering innovation and entrepreneurship, and the second being supporting placemaking initiatives. And so I think that was a really critical first step for our community, is to determine that the community values our organization spending time and resources and energy on that work. And just having that organization that's going to be the point person, that's going to be the one rallying for those efforts, I think that was a really critical first step. So we're currently then, you know, taking those goals, and we've broken them down into several action items that we're currently working on. And our ultimate goal will be to really be an on-ramp, or to figure out what that on-ramp is for innovation and entrepreneurship in our community. So we're not there yet, but we've recognized the need and we're working towards it.
Thank you. Ebony, you know, part of when we think about small businesses is the opportunity to really support community wealth development. And you've had a couple of roles now, right, with the Toledo Chamber that have been all about that. Can you maybe share a little bit about how this idea around small-scale manufacturing you think could really help with that community wealth development for the people you've worked with?
Absolutely. So also, so another, like, to kind of focus more on that, when you think about entrepreneurship and you look at it from who's stepping into this, you're looking at minority businesses, and specifically women-owned minorities businesses, which is the fastest and largest growing demographic of entrepreneurs. And historically, or as you can see with our keynote speaker, that this demographic of entrepreneurs are on the bottom of the chart when you look at wealth. So in supporting these small businesses and making sure that they have access to capital through certification with the MBE and WBE certification, that way we support them in being able to grow their business, to be able to contribute to the economic development, create jobs, and continue to increase their wealth and create generational wealth. So supporting them, because if you think about it, I always think about monopoly when I think about growth. And when I think about supporting minority-owned businesses, if we all sat here, we played Monopoly. Let's say we started a game of Monopoly, okay? And if we played 4 rounds, 40 rounds, 400 rounds, and then eventually let you in on the game, more than likely you're not gonna win. No. You're not gonna win, okay? So when you think about support and helping the small business owner who's producing shea butter in her home, and giving her the support and being able to give her access to cash injections that will allow her to be able to go into a brick and mortar. That's the type of support that we focus on to make sure that everyone has a even playing field, so that they are absolutely creating wealth and generational wealth and contributing and creating jobs.
Thanks so much. Sandy, you've been actively involved in the Toledo region for quite some time and serving the region. You know, what are the barriers that you've seen to small business development, scaling up and success that really could be addressed by local government and community organizations like those represented on the panel and in our audience?
Sure. To build on Ebony's remarks, access to capital is always a barrier and a concern. But this is a moment of unprecedented opportunity for people to access more equitable capital. We're seeing both private banking institutions standing up programs that provide some relaxation of some of their standards so that small and scaling businesses can access capital. We're seeing from the Ohio Department of Development a microloan program, a 0% loan. I think that's the best interest rate you can find. Up to $45,000 for a woman-owned or minority-owned or veteran-owned business. There is a program for women's business enterprises that offers up to $500,000 capped at 3%. And that often requires certification, fitting right in with the work that Ebony is doing. But there's also, through Jobs Ohio, they're broadening their scope and offering the Ohio Inclusion Grant. And we've been successful with helping several businesses get this grant. There are some restrictions. It needs to be a business-to-business, sort of a business, not a retail type of business, and located either in a low to moderate income census tract or owned by a woman-owned business, minority-owned business, or veteran-owned business. But grants of $25,000 to $50,000 are available. And we've worked closely with the Regional Growth Partnership on that. So this is a moment when there is access to capital, but people need to have the counseling then to connect them to that capital. And to that end, many members of our regional entrepreneurial ecosystem participated together. Some of the folks are in the room that worked on this through an initiative called Forward Cities, Equitable Entrepreneurial Ecosystems. And we determined that the need was for people to have easy access to the resources in our community. So I would invite you all to look at the product of the work of all of these organizations. It's Toledo, it's TOLramp.biz, B-I-Z, TOLramp.biz. It is an easy way for entrepreneurs or the people who are working with them to find the resources in our community that can help them. So I would really encourage you to take a look at that. And then lastly, what I really want to talk about, because it's where my heart so is, and it fits in so well with the great keynote presentation that Ilana brought, is the barrier to bricks and mortar, because that's something that many of us in this room can really take a look at. Last year we looked at placemaking here when we were together. Who are the placemakers? They are these small businesses. Just as Ilana said, they're the homegrown businesses. But what's the barrier? If you have chronic vacancy, and I know many communities do, we do in our downtown and in some of our neighborhood commercial corridors, if that space has been vacant for a period of time, or if there's going to be a change of use in the way that space is being used, now you've got code issues. This becomes a bad math problem. You've got fire code, you've got building code, and you've got accessibility codes. How does that entrepreneur, if he's purchasing the building, gather the cash to make those code upgrades in addition to what he needs for his equipment and operating expenses? Or if it's a landlord, is it worth it to the landlord to make those expensive improvements knowing that the rent is going to be fairly modest? We've stood up some programs at the City of Toledo that we think help address, and we're seeing results from this. We call it the Vibrancy Initiative. It combines the Community Reinvestment Area Program, the tax abatement that many of you already are using in your communities as well, with a facade grant to address the exterior issues of a building, as well as what we call our white box grant that helps with first floor commercial vacancies to address those code issues fire, accessibility, and building. And we offer up to $75,000 with just a 30% match. We have had so much interest. We've done our first 5 grants, have been awarded, and we have so much interest in this program. So I think that developing incentives that are going to help that barrier to bricks and mortar and also to promote that placemaking that's so important in your community, I think that's key. Also, the knowledge gap. How do people know what's required of them? I spoke earlier about sometimes intervening too late when somebody's already gotten themselves into a problem with codes. We stood up a program called Permit Planner. It's kind of TurboTax for permits. And people are able to go through and sort of build their business and find out what permits are going to be required for the business. They want to build a yoga studio. It's going to tell them, okay, or if it's going to be a restaurant, it even brings in the health department. It shares with them any incentives that would be available, or if they're doing this project in an historic district and they need to reach out to that organization. So it's really helpful to get in front of people with that information. The other thing that we've done is we really encourage pre-development meetings. Not just for that big company that's coming in with 1,000 jobs, but we will for the smallest project, because that's often where problems occur. We'll bring all of our city departments, as well as some of our partners, for example, the health department, together, either at the concept level of the project or right before they submit drawings. We ask them to include their design professional, any contractors they've selected, and we try to troubleshoot those problems before they occur. Because you know, a correction letter can mean a delay of 30 days, 60 days. This time is money. And so the entrepreneur had no idea that this was going to take them as long as it was. So we bring those departments together for those pre-development meetings, and we have found that to be so welcome. We actually hear now from design professionals, realtors asking us, can we do a pre-development meeting around this project? So that's been a really, really positive step that we've taken. So that placemaking and working with our local entrepreneurs, you really can't separate them.
Perfect. Rebecca, I mean, we heard from Katie, right, that it was really helpful when she can support other entrepreneurs can support her. You talked about your experience about really helping through that whole supply chain that exists around food manufacturing. Can you maybe share a little bit more about, what we could do to better amplify the impacts of each one of these initiatives that are going on so that we really do get that bigger kind of impact for the region?
Well, I can start with saying that having this many people still here listening to the resources that are available is huge, because we're the technical resource for the food folks. And when I first started putting the kitchen together, I wanted to solve every one of their problems. They'd come at me and I'm like, I got an answer for you. I got an answer for you. Very quickly I realized that's going to kill me. I need to build a better system and recognize where I am best and amplify that, and then find the other people that can fill in the gaps. And at the time, it was still kind of sketchy. There wasn't a whole lot of awareness on who was doing what in the region. How do you connect people? Do you have confidence they're going to get the help that they need? Now I don't have any concern. I can say, I'm not going to help you with your business plan. You have all these other resources to go to. Take advantage of them. Come back to me when you're ready to actually make sure that you have a product that can go out on the store shelf with confidence. Recognizing our own expertise and where we have the need to bring in other people and be willing to do that is what's going to help us continue to build the number of companies that we can assist. And I tell that, and it took me forever to get that light bulb in my head, because I tell that to our entrepreneurs. Some of them are really, really good at baking, and they have no business sense whatsoever. Or vice versa. They would rather be out there selling their product because they're super passionate about it, but they are not super excited about being around the kettle for 12 hours a day trying to make this product work. So really recognizing those things and then reaching out to the resources, because there are so many in this region that I learn every single day that they exist and what they're capable of doing. And that builds itself with the ability to look through the whole system and the whole supply chain. Again, we can't answer all those questions, but we can point people to the resources they need in order to be successful. And that is actually something now is what's exciting is all of our entrepreneurs and all of our small businesses are coming together and working with each other. They're mentoring each other. They're both like, hey, we're both going down this path. We're not sure what it's taken us, but what have you learned? What has tripped you up? And where can we avoid those same mistakes? And it's led to some really good discussions. So bringing other companies into your small business and showcasing them, but also having that ability to learn from each other has been tremendous. I mean, whenever we do a training program, we spend time with those companies before and after just sharing. Who's had issues with insurance? Who's concerned about where they might find their ingredients? Where is the cost killing you? And how can we make those, kind of find those solutions for you? And right now, distribution, huge. It's holding our companies back. It used to be that there were several distributors around that they could go to and they could get into retailers. Retailers don't want you delivering your product directly anymore. You used to be able to do that. Now they want you to make sure you're going through a distributor. Well, these distributors have consolidated, so it is incredibly difficult. It's probably the one thing that's holding most of these companies back from being readily available in a lot of our kind of food venues, whether it's restaurants or retail. But we're going to continue to work on that and find a solution. Without a doubt, it's something we're going to try to manage. And what they're doing is they're saying, well, let's work at it cooperatively. So here you have entrepreneurs that are already kind of overwhelmed, trying to find their way, but they recognize they have a common issue, so they're coming together and saying, what do we need to do to make this an option for us to either do it ourselves or find the right resources to kind of carry us forward, because we know collectively that's what's needed. So really just recognizing, and that's in any community, recognizing what your strength is, what are you best known for, what are you really good at, blow that up, make it the big thing, and then bring in anybody else that can help you kind of enhance it. So that's what we've seen, and it seems to really be working. We've got more and more of these companies that are graduating out of the kitchen into their own facilities, which is phenomenal, and we can help them take that step. And then one of our companies now makes products for other companies within our kitchen space. Again, going back to what people recognized they were good at and what they needed help with. So it just continues to build an ecosystem that we can certainly be proud of and certainly build upon and expand in many, many ways.
Jennifer, I just want to add, Rebecca's spot on about the collaborative nature of these new entrepreneurs. If you make it clear in your community that you're offering resources to small businesses, your referrals are going to come from small businesses. You help a couple, and pretty soon you're going to hear from a lot more because they're going to send other businesses to you.
So we want to leave a little bit of time for questions. So now is the time. We have more in case we don't hear from people in the audience. But given that we have these great leaders with a very wide range of experience and organizations that they're representing, we thought it might help if people had some questions. I know the mics are now gone, so I guess we're back to the way we did it for the previous one where we didn't use them anyway. So if you have a question, just let us know, and I will repeat the question for all those on the live stream and in the audience. And I will try and see people who have their hands up. Sure. Okay, so the question is, Sandy talked a little bit about how communities could use their procurement dollars in their procurement practices to encourage and help grow small businesses and small-scale manufacturing organizations. But there's a dilemma there, right? They haven't really proven themselves, and so do you want to risk, right, putting all of your eggs in this basket? But if you don't risk putting all the eggs in the basket, then they won't exist to prove themselves. And so how do you stop that cycle of kind of concern? Sandy, do you want to start with that? And then Katie, maybe from a smaller kind of perspective of a BG community, maybe there's some differences that you could share.
Yeah, and Ebony may have some points too, because she works with a lot of these businesses as we try to scale them up. I think there are some tools that you can use. You can look at unbundling. You can look at that large contract and ask if there's some ways that you can unbundle some of it so that you're creating more small contracts that might be more in the capacity of some of your contractors. Helping them, for example, I mentioned the inclusion grant. Helping them, having incentives and programs to help them get equipment. You know, if they had a JLG lift, they could go after more contracts, right? So you've got to think about how do you build capacity, making sure that they have high quality counseling. Every day I send people over because you want to make sure that they're aware of what those opportunities. Think about if you bundled together that 0% microloan with an inclusion grant, and then also look at what are some of the barriers, what are your requirements for things like insurance and bonding and things at some of the lowest level of your contracts. And are there some of those very low-level contracts that you might be able to have a small business set aside for them? So those are some of the things that I think communities across the country are looking at, and we are certainly looking at them.
So also to add to that, whenever you are dealing with a small business that may not be in a position where they can take advantage of those different funding programs so that they can expand. It's from a counseling perspective, it's important to first look at what the problem is and how we don't necessarily say no, but not now. That's always my thing. I never want to say no. We're just going to say not right now. And how do we prepare you to get there? So you look at that and then you say, okay, well, this is what you need to work on. You need to work on making sure that your finances are in order. You need to make sure that you have certification. So again, starting with certification with the Minority Business Assistance Center, once you have that certification, like Sandy spoke on, you have access to 0% interest funding, and I believe the minimum is 3% in a market where we're averaging around 7.5. So that alone is a benefit to certification. And then once they have that certification, that not right now becomes, okay, so let's look at our next steps. How can we connect you to other resources so that you can begin to roll out the vision that you have for your business? And then also, we talked about collaboration with other small businesses. So maybe that small business alone can't take advantage of some of the different procurement opportunities, but as a collective, maybe 2 or 3 small businesses, they can take on the demand of being able to take on an opportunity where they can get a procurement or have a procurement opportunity. So again, that is how I think about it. Like, we're not gonna say no, we're just gonna say not right now, and then assist them with making sure that they're prepared and ready to take on the next opportunity.
Perfect. Katie, did you want to add anything from a smaller community perspective?
I can't really necessarily speak to that from maybe a city perspective. I would say just from a small business perspective and more of just a mentality about that and kind of working with smaller businesses as they're getting started and trying to grow is sometimes just a simple mentality shift is helpful. So it's sometimes harder to work with small businesses, right? They might not have all the robust processes and procedures in place to make it as easy as dealing with a larger business. But one of my core family values is that it's okay to do hard things. So just that mentality shift of maybe it's a little bit harder, but it's okay to do hard things. So I'll leave everyone with that, I guess, for that comment.
No, I mean, I think you're right? When we think about growing our region and growing our communities, sometimes, those who are bigger need to make the extra effort, right, to deal with multiple people instead of just one to help kind of the greater good and really help serve, right, their community and helping many people grow and not just one large company continue to thrive. Other questions? So the question was, okay, now we've shared with you all of these great resources from all of these panelists and the organizations that they represent. How do you get in touch with them? We do have web addresses for everyone and everyone's organization, and I know that the organizer will get those out to everyone. Yeah, and we'll make sure that on that list includes some of the other websites, like for RAMP, so that you know about that program and a few of the other programs that have kind of sub-resources for small businesses in the region. And I'll even add in our Entrepreneurship Center at BGSU, so you can get in touch with us if you want to meet some really young entrepreneurs who are full of crazy ideas. We have them on our campus. Other questions that we have probably time for another kind of in-depth question, if anyone has one. No? All right, then I will use my closing question. And so really, when we think about building an ecosystem, right, and we want everyone to thrive and the ecosystem to grow, really there were some conversations about kind of who owned what turf and whether we wanted to work together. But collaboration, at least in my experience and my research, is kind of the key to success in most things. So I thought as closing remarks, if we could all share a little bit about how we think collaboration in the region and across our individual communities could be strengthened to encourage and grow, right, the small-scale manufacturing, whether that's sharing resources, whether that's mentoring, whether that's, you know, all the many different ways. But with each of your organizations, how do you think that you and your role or your organization could help engage and encourage that collaborative approach? I don't know who wants to start. Rebecca, do you want to start?
Sure. It's kind of just in my DNA. As I mentioned earlier, recognizing where we need to work together versus trying to do everything independently. We're fortunate. We're a little bit different than some others where we don't have boundaries or territories or regions or a county or a city or anything. We're just trying to be able to spread that around aggressively. But recognizing that you can't have, you know, you're probably not going to have a knock in every single community. But there are nuggets of that could exist in every single community. Maybe it's just not that same model. So it's working through those things, and one of the things that's nice on our front is we see so much. We're across the state, we're actually beyond Ohio. We get to see and experience things that are unique to those locations that are probably great models to share that kind of get the wheels turning and get you thinking about it. And then you can go out and try to look and continue to collaborate. But we're just always of that nature that I would love to be able to share more and more stories of success. And that is, a lot of times people do just recognize the food component because that is what we've done for so long. And we've got that pretty well nailed down with my exceptional team of experts that really can take people through that process. But now as we continue to really look at small manufacturing that is necessary to help feed all of these things that we take for granted, that we just have at our disposal, that's going to continue to take collaboration from all sorts of different avenues. And so as we can continue to do that, and as we're successful at it, as soon as you have one really good collaborative experience, it just multiplies. I think it gives you the confidence, it gives people the trust, and what's good for one area is guaranteed still going to be good for yours if you came into it together. So I think just being open-minded is the best approach, and try a little bit at a time.
Well, the fact that you're here today, I think, speaks to the fact that you're interested in developing more regional cooperation. And I think a couple of ways that you can make sure that that's happening is being very client-centered. When you're working with that business, work for what's best for them. I just worked with a business that had a location in a suburban community, thought that that wasn't working for them anymore, and wanted to look at some sites in Toledo. But I also sent them out to members of our entrepreneurial ecosystem, many of whom work regionally. I mean, Ebony works over many counties. And they were able to solve the problem she had with her current location. So she called me and she said, I'm not coming to Toledo, but I wanted to tell you, you really helped me, and maybe we'll expand. I'm really open now to a second location in Toledo, but right now my current location's working because she was able to access some equipment that she needed at that other location. So I think putting the client first, putting the business first is always going to mean that you're going to have a more regional approach. Working with our regional partners, SIFT, all of it, look at the ramp. Everybody's on there, and you'll be able to see how many supportive organizations there are who work across our region. And then, of course, just knowing that what's good for our region is good for all of us.
Yeah, I think there's not a whole lot to add to that other than the only way to do this work well is collaboratively. And so as we're looking at that within Bowling Green Economic Development and how can we create this on-ramp for innovation and entrepreneurship, we absolutely know that it will be a collaborative effort, that we will not house all of that activity within our organization, but that we will have to rely on this broader ecosystem. And I think also recognizing that that means that I have to be a good collaborative partner, so that if we're expecting collaboration from other organizations, we need to do our part to be a good partner as well.
So this is the exciting part of what I do, collaboration. And so anyone at the chamber will tell you it's hard to keep me in my seat because I'm always running out to other organizations to see how I can contribute, not just what they can do for me or my clients, but how can I contribute. So I think it's very important and to understand that the strength of an ecosystem is how well everyone works together. So yes, you may walk in and we'll do the MBE, WBE certification, but after we've done that, I think it's important for me to say, okay, so where do I send you next? So that as you continue to grow, you're held accountable. And if I am not the last stop for you, then maybe I need to send you to Megan Riker at Mercy. Maybe I need to have you go sit and talk with Sandy about some of the city programs. So trying to break that mindset of people being territorial, for me, I'm very client focused. And the most important thing to me is making sure that they get exactly what they need. And if it's not housed within my organization, the best way to assist the client and that thing that's going to contribute to us having a strong ecosystem is being able to send them where they're going to get the help that they need. And that starts with us as organizations and technical providers collaborating with those organizations and knowing what's their strong suit. Who am I going to send you to that's going to give you exactly what you need? If you need numbers, I'm going to send you to the SBDC. So just understanding, again, when you're collaborating with people and other organizations, exactly what they do, what makes them great, and how can they be the best service provider for the client that you're sending them.
Well, thank you all for your time on the panel, and I have one more slide on the collaboration front. And at BGSU, we are proud to host for Northwest region the Ohio Export Internship Program. So this is the first time that this program is coming to the region. As you saw before, lots of things happen around Columbus, and the state has given us this program up here in Northwest Ohio, and we actually need your help. We have a lot of interest from students, and this is open to students from Findlay and the University of Toledo and ourselves and all of our partner schools. And the students take a class, they learn all about the ins and outs of export so that they can help small manufacturing and small companies in our region think about that next scale up and going outside of the region and looking at export as a viable next step for their organization. So if you have organizations that you know about in your area and your community that might be ready to think about this program, we have lots of students who would love to work with them. It's a win-win for the students and the companies. There are flyers outside if you are interested, and thank you for paying attention to our panel. We hope you learned a lot about our region and the ecosystem that we're all working together to build. I don't know who's next. I don't know what we do next, so I'm hoping so.
Thank you for that very informative panel. I love seeing all the women-led organizations up here and the expertise that we have within our community. In just a moment, we will be welcoming Alana Pruce back to the stage to help us work through what it takes to bring small-scale manufacturing businesses into a Main Street and local economic development strategy. Also, how to work with this sector to fill storefronts to create more wealth building opportunities for people. We'll get a better understanding of what this means for a community, and also, and perhaps most importantly, why is it important to pursue this and how to start this work to bring it to fruition. To that end, our CRD staff and graduate students are passing out some papers to help us work through this. And with that, please join me in welcoming Alana Pruce back to the stage.
Hello. Hi. Okay. So I'm back. Did you miss me? That was a phenomenal panel, by the way. I mean, having resources like that in your region is honestly what can make or break this from working in your area. There are parts of the country that would be desperate for the number of resources that those women just shared with you. So please follow up with them and use those resources in all of this. Don't start filling this out yet. I'm just going to start there. I want to introduce to you what we're about to do and then how we're going to do it. When we work with communities, the first thing that we do with any community is understand what we want to do and why it's important to us. And the next thing we do after that is be really specific about who we want to benefit from this work. Because as we go through the work, as we talk to small-scale manufacturers, as we talk to property owners, as we talk to resource providers like those who came before me on the panel, and connectors in the community, and then understand that there are specific actions that would make a big difference within our community, we always want to be able to go back to the question of what gets me to my outcome most effectively, most efficiently, and with the least amount of risk. And the way we do that is always by tracing it back to what do I want to achieve, why is that important to me, and who should benefit from it. Because there will be 100 different things that you can implement. But if I push you to pick 2 or 3 to act on, because we know that capacity is always limited, we want to make sure that those actions that you take are in fact laser focused on the outcomes that you want to achieve. So this is where we always start. I want to have you go through this in a slightly slow process. Don't go through all of the pages. I want you to just work on the front page. And I'm going to give you a little bit of time to work on it. And then we're going to talk about it. And I actually I'm going to ask you to share it with some of the people at your table, either in front and behind you or next to you, however you want. But we're going to use this time to do a little bit of workshop around this. And I want to acknowledge, let's see, what's the right way to say this? That this may not be the conventional way you do economic development in your community. When you look at these questions, they have to do with emotion and feelings. And I come from a city planning background. I was a numbers person and a maps person to start with. But the reality is, especially if we have any elected officials left in the room, decision making is 80% emotion and 20% data. And so we have to make sure that we're solid on the data, but we also have to make sure that we're super clear about our why, our personal why, and what is that vision we're working to achieve. And so I'm going to have you start the process the way we work with every community by working through this. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes. This is not going to be very long. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to work individually on just the front page and write down your answers for your community, ideally focusing on some place in your community, your downtown, Main Street. It could be a neighborhood center if you're a bigger city. But think of a place in your community where you think small-scale manufacturing and that place could really come together. Any questions? Okay. That's not even my timer. You have 5 minutes. Go for it. And I'll walk around in case people have questions. If you feel like you have some ideas down on your front page, I encourage you to turn and talk with a neighbor and share with somebody you're sitting with what you wrote down, and share with each other what you found in writing that page. Sets of 2 or 3, whatever small groups you want. If you're still writing, I encourage you to wrap it up and start talking to your neighbors. Share what you wrote down, and in particular, share what you think is at stake and why this is important to you. Okay, so let's come back together. I hope you had a chance to at least share a couple of pieces of what you figured out. What I'd like now is to ask for a couple of volunteers, because this might be a big room, but this is a workshop. I'd like to ask someone to share their why. Why is this important? And what do you feel is at stake in your community? Can I get anybody who's willing to share first? How about that? We're gonna, and believe me, if I don't get volunteers, I will start walking around and volunteering people. So it's a basic threat. Yes. State highway through downtown does not help, yep. Mm-hmm. So your why is both to bring people downtown, create pride in the community, as well as attract people from the area into downtown. Keep the young people from fleeing. Yes. Okay, that was a great example. Thank you so much. You want me to run the mic? Okay, we're going to run the mic. Excellent. Okay, you could run the mic. I'm happy to wander the room. That was great. Thank you very much. Who else is ready to share? Over in that corner. It's not on.
I'm Cindy from Lima, Allen County, and we're finding that our businesses is the reason why we're wanting more vibrant downtown. Our large corporations, they're telling us without a vibrant downtown, it's difficult for them to recruit professionals or at any level of employees. So that's what, we're economic development in the county, and through our BR&E visits that we make, that's exactly what our companies are telling us.
So that's your why. So I'm going to ask you to go one step farther before we give up the mic. What's at stake? What happens if you don't make any changes?
If we don't make any changes, I think it's going to prevent our companies from growing.
Thank you. Understanding what's at stake is a key part of this. Who wants to go next? I need more volunteers. We're in the middle. Bringing it over. Thank you for running the mic. So what's your why?
Thanks. It's Fremont, Ohio, Sandusky County. A population of about 16,000. Fortunately, we have a downtown that's recently gone through a lot of renovations. And if you go to Fremont, you'll see that there's a lot going on. But if that doesn't keep up with change, and I agree totally, that we hear repeatedly that if we don't keep up with an area to go to outside of work, that they want that environment for outside of work time, that they won't come. They can't get people to become residents of a small community. They need that livelihood or that life that they get at a larger community. So we have to do it in a micro sense, a nice cinema, nice little restaurants, nice coffee houses, a place to walk the dog, places to communicate and talk, street fairs, which we do a wonderful job with. But it's on change as well, because if we don't keep up with the times, when you ask about the change, we have to keep up with it's really vibrant to that group. And for the same reason young people leave one community, we kind of look at, well, why did they leave that community? Can we create a place that this is the community they come to? So it's a challenge for sure, but I agree with everything that was said.
That's a great point about being really thoughtful about the change that is happening around us, right? It's not just happening around us, it's happening to us. But really thinking about not only where we are today, but what does it mean to sort of maintain that position, right? And that vibrancy, if you do have it, definitely easier to maintain it if you've got it already, you guys, right? Like that's not a surprise, but really thinking about what does it mean to keep that edge and keep collaborating, right? Which were the wonderful speakers before me were talking about. How do we keep talking to the right different groups of people to make sure that we're staying at the forefront of that? Thank you. Who else is ready to share their why or what's at stake? Please.
Marcus Harris, Diversity and Economic Opportunity Manager for the City of Sandusky. About 25,000 people on the shores of Sandusky Bay, America's roller coast. For me, the why is I've lived in Detroit, Atlanta, and Cleveland for the past 11 years, and to see all the wonderful things that have been happening and developing in cities moving forward and developing talents and skills, it's personal. I want to do this because that's my home. Sandusky is where I'm from, and if I can do all wonderful things in all these other places, but if I can't do it for the place that raised me, then it's all for nothing. And then what's at stake, similar to like everyone else that spoke here, the youth are the future of our city. And if we keep losing them to other places, our cities will die. And so in order for our city to thrive and be vibrant and to live on, it's important for us to be successful in this work, and we're moving forward.
Wonderful. Wow, that is a phenomenal way to put it all together. And you know, when we work with different community leaders, I often have to encourage people to not speak in wonk, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. That was a perfect example of not speaking in wonk. Like, the more that we can express what this means to us personally, just like you did, the more I believe we motivate everybody else to act with us. And that is, in fact, why we start with this, because it's not just about what we know, and it's not just about what we recognize in the community, it's about building the buy-in to take action at the end of the day, and being able to talk to people about our why, our personal why, our organizational why, and being really clear about what's at stake. What happens if we don't do anything, right? Let's be super clear about that threat as well. Nobody ever wants to talk about the threat, but it's real. And being really clear about what's at stake is an incredible motivating force. Can I get another volunteer? Volunteer your why and what's at stake. Okay. Oh, good. One more.
My name is Alyssa Fisher. I work for kind of a small business technical assistance program in Erie and Huron counties. I specifically did this for the city I live in, Norwalk, Ohio. I just wanted to talk about what's at stake, both personally and for small businesses that I see. Personally, I think what's at stake is our mental health. Just personally living in Norwalk, there's not a whole lot to do, not a lot of attractions downtown. So my husband and I are leaving the city a lot of the times on the weekends and at night to go find attractions elsewhere. So I think what's at stake for me is my mental health. I want things to do and life to enjoy other than just going to work and coming home every day and vegging out in front of the television. So personally, that's it. And then for the small businesses I work with, it's finding a space for them to flourish. Finding a space where they're around other small businesses to collaborate with, to work with, and to work together to bring people like myself who want to improve our mental health to come downtown. So,
thank you so much. That I'm 100% with you. I think people were starting to recognize this before the pandemic, but I think in many ways the pandemic made it so stark that the isolation that we all experienced during the pandemic was so awful for everybody's mental health. And the urgency to get back out and be with people that we all are experiencing, right? I mean, sort of the excitement that everybody has to come to events and to see friends and to gather again, we have to figure out how to put that back into not only our personal lives, but our communities. And I think that speaks to that beautifully. So I want you all to now work on the second page. And the thing I want you to make sure that you're really focusing on is the third question on that page. What could success look like? If you had a magic wand, I don't care if you work on any of the other questions right now, but this one in particular, if you had a magic wand and poof, you're downtown, the place that you're thinking about was all of a sudden exactly how you want it to be, how would you experience that place? What would you see? What would you smell? What would you experience? No wonk, no permitting, no zoning, no economic development language. Like, how would you experience that space if you were walking down the street at 3 o'clock on a Saturday or 6 o'clock on a Tuesday? How would you experience that space? I want you to paint me the future picture of what you want to be there. You have 5 minutes to do that. Okay, who's ready to share? I want you to, go ahead. I want you to paint the picture up in front over here, and then we're going to the back. I'm coming to you next. Paint me the picture.
Thank you. So my name is Kayla. I just moved back to my hometown, or the area of my hometown, to get a job in economic development. And I know that's a hot topic right now, is young people moving back home and coming back to where they're from. So I wanted to share what a perfect downtown would look like for me.
Excellent.
Or perfect Norwalk, where I work. There would be another coffee shop, for sure. There would be livelihood of businesses, so people would be visiting the retail stores. Norwalk has a strong retail community, in my opinion, and so people would be visiting those, going in and out. There would be quieter traffic, more restaurants downtown, bike lanes on the sidewalk, bike racks, outdoor seating at the restaurants. And then this one might be silly, but this is just what it looks like in my head, is a diverse and healthy-looking group of people.
There is nothing silly about that statement. That's huge. Thank you. Ebony.
So as I think about downtown, a few blocks from the center of downtown, because there's so many people and food carts and music playing, you have to park outside a few blocks away, and then you're gonna jump on a bike and you're gonna ride closer into downtown, and then the aroma of all these different foods. You got Mexican food, you got Arab food, you got all these different foods on every other corner, and then there's a group of people, all different kind of people, black and brown, everybody laughing and talking and dancing in the middle of the street, and yeah,
That is fantastic. Everybody, I mean, I want to be there.
It's a party every day downtown.
Absolutely, downtown is a party. I love that description. Thank you so much. Who else wants to go? Coming over here.
I'm Scott from Sandusky County, but what I would like to see in our town, and it's been a while, is that there is a men's and ladies clothing store. You can't buy a men's clothes, suit, or shoes in Sandusky County.
That's a great detail.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, there used to be. They were all family-owned. They quit business, and now there's nothing there. So that would be mine.
I love that kind of detailed addition because I think, and this is why we do this process, right? And I'm going to ask for another volunteer in a second. The more that we can paint the picture for ourselves and for the people around us of the party downtown or the diversity of people or the specific store we want to really be able to go to, the more that we can get people to go there with us, right? And then when we figure out what kind of actions are needed by our small business owners, then we have this sort of path to follow to see, well, which kind of action actually gets me to that outcome? And really lets us focus on how we get there, because every piece of this comes down to action. So thank you. Can I get another person to share? One more? Yep, other end of that same table.
Hi there, Bob Gross, Economic Development Director, City of Fremont. 2 points. One, go back to what Katie Thompson said. Smaller communities have less resources, and while there are resources there, it's oftentimes the struggle of the manpower to put in to access those resources, and so you need help from your chamber and your county services and private sectors and those partnerships to be able to execute some of the programs that improve your community. And along those same lines, we were just having a conversation here, the difference between a business owner and a developer. In the city of Fremont, we've had a lot of success over the last 10 years because 10 years ago, a local successful businessman was approached by the city to say, hey, we have this downtown, there's not much going on, empty buildings, could you help us? And then so the last 10 years, he's made it a personal mission to invest, create businesses, and fix up downtown. And so we just, and that included, a lot more events and farmers markets and those types of things. And so, and we, and it's tough because, not every community, every community has some business owners. They don't always have developers willing to take the risk and do that give back. And so,
yeah.
That private-public partnership is so key to revitalization.
Yeah, having that private sector partner, I mean, if you have a wealthy individual who can do that in your community, it's gold. If they see what the potential is, right, and are willing to do that. Who owns the property in downtown is a big part of finding the solutions and finding willing partners in that. Both current property owners as well as potential property owners are a key part of it. One of the things that we talk about a lot is this continuum of what success looks like, right? To have a strong local economy with strong local businesses, with vibrant storefronts is about the real estate, it's about the technical assistance to the small businesses, it's about capital and finance, it's about PR and programming, and so you have to look at all of those different pieces, and it's why when we do this work, we're not just talking to the small business owners, we're talking to the property owners, we're talking to potential property owners, and we're talking about to those ecosystem connectors as well, because we can be super focused about that outcome, but we know that it actually takes collaboration of those people to get it to work, and we need to understand what the challenges are from each of their perspectives. Because if we just solve for the property owner, we're not solving for the business owner, and vice versa, right? So we have to look at it from all of those sides, and that's what we do with RECAST leaders. Okay, I want you guys to look at one more question, because we're almost out of time. The last, it's still on the second page. The last question on the second page is, who should benefit? And I'm going to caution you before you start writing anything down. You don't get to say the community, the public, all of the business owners. That's not specific enough. If you've done any marketing training, this is about really specifically defining who needs to benefit to get from where you are today to that vision that you identified, that you painted for yourself or for all of us. Who is the first group of people who have to benefit from your work? Not who's going to, lots of people are going to ultimately benefit from it. A thriving downtown obviously benefits your whole community. But in the first step of this work, who are the first people that need to benefit from this work? I'm going to give you a minute to think about this, and then I'm going to ask you guys to share. Okay, who's ready? In the middle, in the back, and then we'll come forward. He's coming. Yep. Got to turn on his mic.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Tim Copsey, Paulding County, Ohio Economic Development. The people that we strive to work for all of this future thinking are the students that are graduating that are going to stay in the community. And if you can entice them to be happy and complacent, those students that do go away to college and hear from those students when they come home for holidays or summer break or what have you, and making them understand that using those as your ambassadors to explain that good stuff is what's going to keep us from continuing the brain drain or losing population.
Excellent, thank you. Coming up front. It's coming. Thank you for running the mic.
I'm from Norwalk. The gentleman stole my thunder. But I would say that to have the youth return, there has to be jobs for them to earn the incomes to go to all these special places that we want to see in our communities. And that, to me, is what's critical. There has to be something for them to come back to earn a living.
I'm going to say a yes and answer to that. A lot of times in economic development, we talk about job creation versus entrepreneurship. And there's this weird divide. I'm not going to even go into why there's an awful history of this, but there's an awful history of dividing workforce job creation versus entrepreneurship. And I would encourage you all to think about not a division of we need to have good jobs for them, but we need to have great opportunities for them. And the opportunities might be being able to start their own business. Doesn't matter if you have a college degree or not, right? Entrepreneurship is something that is across race, ethnicity, immigrant, age, education, urban, rural, like whatever divide you want to pick, entrepreneurship and the glint towards entrepreneurship is a universal thing. Some people have it and some people don't, right? When I started my business, there were some people who were like, you are absolutely nuts. And I was like, yeah, but this is what I got to do, right? And we want to find those people who say, this is what I've got to do. And it can be somebody straight out of high school, right? It can be somebody who's been working somewhere else but really wants to have the independence of managing their own life and lifestyle. And so I encourage you guys to think about, especially with this focus on youth and brain drain, is how do we show people that entrepreneurship within your community is something that they can succeed at as a step in this process. So yes, and is going to be my answer to that one. Who else wants to share who would benefit? Yes, thank you. Coming back to you.
Hi, I'm Megan Sierra from Paulding. I agree with what everybody said so far, but I think one of the biggest things that I think of personally is parents enjoying where they live, because if parents are enjoying it, their kids are going to enjoy it. If they grow up loving where they live, they won't want to leave the area. If they grow up knowing that they can make their own way, they won't want to leave. And I think a big part of just being a mom and understanding, my kids will not have a good day if I'm not having a good day. And it's the same thing with our outlook. If we love where we live, our kids will too.
I think that's a great piece of it, and so important to recognize in families and all of the different things that it takes for a family to feel like it can thrive in a community, right? One of the things that we've seen nationwide is that there is in fact not enough daycare for the demand that's out there. There's some areas that have created training programs for people to launch daycare centers and have financing available to them that really, like, just like I described the the Home Run Accelerator to help people go into storefronts. There are whole programs and financing just to help expand childcare in a community. The thing I want you to also think about in all this, especially if you want your downtown to be thriving, is that you have to be supporting locally owned businesses, right? Every group that you guys identified is actually, to me, your second beneficiary. Because to have the thriving downtown, you have to find existing business owners. You can help people launch businesses, but that's higher risk. That's up to you. And I encourage you to look at the diversity of the demographics in your community and be really thoughtful about who gets the storefronts. Does that actually represent the demographic diversity of your community? And how do you help and work with people who are starting from different points in your community have that equitable access to opportunity and success? And so I'm going to leave you with one thing. And I think I said this before. This is all totally doable. It's not easy, but it is simple. There's very specific steps to take. It's why I wrote the book. It's why I do this work. It is not necessarily the order of operations or the steps that you've taken before, but it can be wildly successful and make an enormous difference in local economic opportunity and in your downtown. And I hope that you guys take the time not only to finish this worksheet, but really think about how you keep moving forward with this. And thank you so much for hosting me today. Thank you.
All right, well, one more round of applause for Alana, our panelists. Thank you all for hanging in and making it through the morning. It's you get the real core at the end of the event. I wanted to also just say thank you again to Marquis, our AV folks, for their help and diligence and pivoting and helping us always make this event a success. And I wanted to say a couple more thank yous to a couple members of our staff that you haven't met yet, or have met but didn't realize. Vijaya Desigi, who's our administrator, who's out there at the welcome desk, giving everybody all of their registration materials and answering your questions. She's right back there. And Vanessa Oz, who is our graphic designer, who has been playing photographer all day. You've seen her around. So those are two pivotal members of our staff. And we also have 3 of our graduate students here. Emma Durfee, sitting right there. She's one of our R3 graduate students, as well as, the students make it happen. We have Lydia Applin and Rachel Larson also from our graduate assistant team, and you don't see them as much. They're not out in the communities like Emma is. They're back in the office doing all the data work and doing all of the interviews and the focus groups and all of the really sort of in-depth research, and so we're thankful for them as well. So we appreciate you attending. As I said, we will send those follow-up materials out. We'll get an email to you with all of the resources that we shared today. I'll link to Alana's materials as well on her book. And then we will post those things on the CRD website as well so that we can continue to be a resource connector and provider for you. And again, we appreciate you attending today and sticking out throughout the day. And we hope to see you next year. Thank you.